From forcing her followers for donation,
did you send me my money so I could go to the clinic? No, you didn't.
To using pregnancy as a prank to fund her GoFundMe account.
It was like, it was just a little funny thing to put in my video. And
these are TikTok's biggest scammers who use e-begging as a new tool to steal money from their followers.
God is coming for you all! You're dumb! All you had to do was tell the truth!
Starting with Lisa Richards, who got exposed to her followers while secretly begging at her dad's house.
Now on live, we all know where you're at.
Okay.
So for all your followers, she's at her dad's. She just wants to track money.
It's... Or... Dad, I'm sitting out here because I'm screaming!
No, you're on TikTok, friend.
No, I'm not! No, Dad, you can take our side! Oh, my bitch, no!
She is by far the biggest scammer and e-beggar we have ever covered on this channel. She is a proven addict who has lost custody of her son and both her pets due to serious drug abuse issues. She tells wild and completely outlandish lies to receive money from her followers. Lisa constantly demands money for food, Uber drives, hospital bills, and even birthday celebrations. In order to sound credible, she makes insane stories like "my child has brain cancer," "my blood pressure is low," and "my dad's in the hospital."
She boxes and go through some paperwork. I have created my own problems. How have I created my own problems when my son has cancer? What in the heck are you guys even saying now? You guys are just being mean. What did I do to deserve my son dying of stage 3 brain cancer?
Several members of Lisa's own family and even neighbors have called her out on social media and demanded people stop giving her money and enabling her addictions.
Out of their mind. There's no way that you can look at her and think that she needs that much money sent to her every day. Nobody needs $30 every 3 hours. Nobody.
I asked for help getting to the Greyhound. That's what I asked for, okay?
On this app to try and stop people from being scammed out of their money. The problem is she mutes and blocks and filters in her chats. These comments are not getting through, but it's still pushing her out onto the For You page.
Deceiver shadow. Other people call him scammer. I call him digital deceiver.
For those who just came in, I have no idea where my dad is this weekend. It was not my turn to watch him. I have no idea if she's going anywhere. I don't know if she has a ticket. All I know is I have a bag packed for treatment if she's ready to go.
Just to get there, I tried everything.
Her entitlement is so wild that if she does not receive money from her followers, she instantly resorts to blocking, cursing, and doxing people. There is also a petition to permanently remove her from social media, as TikTok's gifting system is constantly facilitating her. Despite receiving multiple bans on the platform and getting severe backlash, Lisa keeps popping up on TikTok and continues to receive money through donations. Today we'll be exposing this unhinged scammer and diving into her outrageous schemes that have sparked internet-wide outrage. So who is Lisa Richard? Lisa Richard is a middle-aged woman with serious drug abuse issues. She has 4 kids, with her eldest daughter being 21 years old and her youngest son being no older than 14. We're uncertain when she started using TikTok, but she blew up on the platform due to her extremely unsettling and problematic live streams. In literally all of her live streams, she could be seen telling wild stories, speaking incoherently, and constantly crying to gain sympathy from her followers. She would constantly exploit her children's names to demand money from people, saying that she needed money for bus rides, to buy food for her children, or to purchase medicine. People took her seriously at the very beginning and enabled her to have an entitled attitude by sending her money. However, as her stories became repetitive and her fake cry for help became obvious, the internet realized that she was using every penny she received to fulfill her drug addiction.
The trolls are calling my phone, trying to mess up the live. Please. CA. I'm in. These trolls, bro. What happened? Hold on, I got thrown out. Just give me a second, I'm gonna get right back on because it pulled me. It pulled me because. Hold on. It's somebody, you know, I'm not even in the same building. I'm not even in the same building. It's somebody, you know, I'm not even in the same building.
It was her habit to go live on TikTok and tell people how she was starving to death despite receiving food stamps from the authorities. People on the internet claim that Lisa sells these food stamps so that she can buy more drugs.
You were bro? How the fuck did you? Turn these the off, bro. Wow, you dude, starved. These think they're gonna sit here and watch me? Oh no, dude, I'm so angry right now. Dude, I'm gonna be a mean bitch when I'm hungry, bro. Oh, these bro. Oh boy, Lisa, chill. Chill.
In her attempt to receive donations, Lisa has shown no hesitation in exploiting her own family. She shamelessly begged for money using the names of her father, her children, her mother, and even her pets, spinning elaborate sob stories to manipulate her audience. What makes this even more disturbing is that during many of her live streams, where she desperately pleads for financial help, it's blatantly clear that she's under the influence. Her erratic behavior, slurred speech, and glazed over expressions leave no doubt that she's high while soliciting funds from her viewers.
If I have to not eat to get the flashlight and dog food, I can't be running back up that hill 5 times today, I'm sorry. The trolls right now, but I got off, I didn't get like anything. I got $5. That's not even enough to get food for myself or the dog, even a bag of dog food. So I'll PayPal if anybody can help. PayPal, friends and family only, please. Bliss AF with 3 S's, 3 BLISSSAF. Friends and family, when you send, please, so I can, family, when you send, please, if you can help, please. Food and a flashlight.
While she constantly demands money for food, medicine, and Uber drives, it's strange and unnerving that she lashes out at people who offer to send her food instead of cash. Not only that, it is extremely common for her to abuse her viewers and block people who send her money. Her attitude is so bad towards her own audience that she aggressively lashes out at them, abuses them, and even threatens to dox people who refuse to send her funds.
I'm still doing what I said I was gonna do. It's all good. I'm missing my dad's operation. My mom is hungry. I am hungry. All because these people will send money for rugs, but they won't send money for a Uber and food? When my dad's getting operated on, oh boy, this is gonna be a great new year for everybody. My mother to go see my dad, which we're not gonna do. I'm getting my together right now, and dude, you guys better run. Bevan, Kristen, all of you better run for the hill.
It is not the only time Lisa has threatened or abused her own followers. She constantly tells elaborate stories to solicit donations, and when she fails to receive funds, she immediately resorts to manipulation and abuse. The lies she has spewed during her live streams are nothing short of outrageous. On one occasion, she went live sobbing uncontrollably, desperately trying to convince her audience that her youngest son Jace had brain cancer. Without an ounce of shame, she exploited her own child's name to manipulate viewers into sending her money, claiming he was on his deathbed, all while knowing it was a complete fabrication.
Little shoe boxes and go through some paperwork. I have created my own problems. How have I created my own problems when my son has cancer? What in the heck are you guys even saying now? You guys are just being mean. What did I do to deserve my son dying of stage 3 brain cancer?
This is truly the lowest a mother could sink to satisfy her own selfish desires. Given her actions, it's no surprise that she's estranged from all of her children. Her eldest son now lives with another family member. Her eldest daughter despises her. And Jace, whose name she shamelessly dragged into her web of deceit, is no longer in her custody. She has proven time and time again that she is not only an irresponsible mother, but a deeply manipulative and selfish person who ultimately chose drugs over her own children. It's not a hidden fact that all the money Lisa received in the name of her kids was used for drugs, cigarettes, and alcohol. Multiple times, authorities were called to check up on Lisa and her children.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, because you had a friend called and said they were concerned about you.
It's not a friend, it's an idiot from the internet.
Okay. Okay, but they want us to come up and do a check well-being, make sure you were okay. So,
I'm sorry that I'm getting upset. It's just, you guys come out all the time, and I know it's not your fault, but I'm here like doing nothing.
but you have to understand, sometimes when people see stuff, even on the internet, you know, they might perceive that someone's going to harm themselves. They want to do the right thing and have a check done on a person.
But they're doing it to mess with me.
Well, then either one, you just gotta.
I'm fine.
Well, as long as you're fine, that's all count. But just sometimes maybe watch what you're posting.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, don't worry about it. You're fine. You're okay. We're glad for that. And it doesn't bother us to take 5 minutes out of our day to drive up and check on you.
Thank you so much. But this is gonna stop.
At one point, fearing that Lisa had overdosed on drugs, a follower called authorities and requested them to visit her house. When they went to check up on Lisa, they found her house in the worst possible state. There's an audio from the police that clearly indicates that Lisa's house was unkempt and extremely filthy. Not only that, but her youngest son Jace and 2 pets were also not in very good shape. There's a video that shows how filthy and run down Lisa's house was when she left it. There were cockroaches, bed bugs, and even cat feces all over her place where Minor and 2 pets were also living.
She just doesn't even care about all this cat.
Nope. We have to clean up.
She doesn't care about this at all?
I think she does, but she doesn't clean it.
There's like bugs everywhere.
I know.
Where's Lisa?
She's sleeping. I asked her, she said, yeah, I'm in the living room. So you should probably...
Bro, this is disgusting.
I know.
She just doesn't even care about all this cat.
Nope. We have to clean up.
She doesn't care about this at all?
I think she does, but she doesn't clean it.
There's like bugs everywhere.
I know.
Where's Lisa?
She's sleeping. I asked her, she said, yeah, I'm in the living room. So you should probably...
Bro, this is disgusting.
I know.
Soon after this visit, Lisa was confronted once again, this time by animal welfare, following multiple reports of her abusing her pet dog Shadow. Concerned viewers who regularly watched Lisa's live streams had long noticed Shadow's deteriorating condition. He was rarely seen outside, his nails were painfully overgrown, and he appeared severely malnourished and dehydrated. Despite receiving thousands of dollars in donations specifically for Shadow's care, Lisa's neglect was unnerving. A Reddit user even alleged that Lisa had collected over $1,100 through her TikTok lives under the pretense of providing for Shadow, yet the poor dog remained in a heartbreaking state. After watching Shadow and Lisa's lives in a disheveled state for months, people eventually called animal welfare to help remove the poor dog from her care. A Reddit user confirmed that animal welfare visited Lisa and there was a pending investigation. It was later revealed by Lisa herself and other TikTok creators that her dog was taken to a rescue center and was deemed unadoptable due to the cruelty it suffered at the hands of Lisa.
He wasn't. No, he isn't. 100% he isn't. It's not, I hope they didn't. I'm wishing they didn't. They didn't. He isn't. I mean, I don't get why you guys want that so bad. Yeah, he's gonna go to a rescue. He's absolutely gonna go to a rescue, and I am going to, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I have a couple of things I have to figure out. because of the Humane Society, but yeah, he's probably gonna go to a rescue and I can't do anything about it, so I have to get it from them.
The most disturbing thing is even after cruelly abusing her dog, Lisa kept taking his name during her live streams to receive funds. She continuously kept asking for money so that she could feed her dog. The shelter that rescued Shadow immediately took notice of Lisa's actions and issued a public service message on their social media. A spokesperson from the shelter confirmed that they had rescued Lisa's pet dog Shadow, and he'll remain at their facility for the rest of his life. They also threatened Lisa with severe legal consequences if she continued to demand funds in the name of the poor creature.
The dog, well, look, the dog, there's 5533 left for the dog, right? And then I gotta worry about dinner, and then that's it. So, but I'll figure it out. I'm more worried about the dog. I need to get him the dog. I do like to read. It depends on what.
While this threat stopped her from demanding more money, it did not stop her from taking Shadow's name during her live streams. During one particularly disturbing stream, Lisa concerned everyone when she falsely claimed that Shadow was still with her. This blatant lie instantly outraged and concerned her live viewers, and they immediately started investigating whether Shadow was still with her.
You don't got my dog. I got my dog, bitch. So how do you have my dog when he's right here? Hey, answer that. How do you have my dog, smart ass, when he's right here? Come on, answer. Answer. No, I want to see this lying mother effer that has my dog answer how he has my dog. Yeah, they let me take the dog back. You got 7 days to get your animals. I was right there to get my dog. Oh, poor Shadow. Ooh, yins are freaks. I'm out of here, these idiots, bro.
Thankfully, the shelter employee who rescued Shadow from Lisa's house uploaded a video on TikTok, confirming that the dog was with them and Lisa was never getting him back. While Shadow is in safe hands, people were equally concerned about Lisa's youngest son, Jace. Fortunately, when police visited Lisa's house for investigation, they found the place in an utterly chaotic state. They were also able to confirm that Lisa was actively consuming drugs. The officer who was leading the investigation remarked that she had never seen so many cockroaches in a house before. Lisa's sheer irresponsibility combined with her evident addiction was enough for authorities to call Child Protection Services and permanently remove Jace from Lisa's care. Thankfully, Jace is now living with another family member. During a live stream, Lisa herself confirmed amidst a fit that she had lost custody of her youngest son. Instead of showing remorse for her own disgusting actions and taking accountability, she was raging at people for reporting her to the authorities. Not only that, after losing her pets and her son, she also got kicked out of her apartment for obvious reasons. For a while, people assumed she was living on the streets, but it was later confirmed that she went to live with her father.
You know everything, okay? Do you really think that if my house looked the way you think it looked, and if I was doing everything you all go say I'm doing, that I would still even have my kid? Use your head. Use your goddamn heads. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't have my kid. If I was doing drugs, if my house looked like a infested roach house.
480 base.
Reading. Alright, I've never seen more cockroaches in my entire career in this apartment. Can you make a note for animal control that you've got a cat and a small dog here?
That's check, and I see more people up on Oakwood.
Affirmative.
7.
Can you make a note for animal control about the cockroaches and array of other bugs, just so they know what they're walking into? They might want to bring a hazmat suit tomorrow.
That's Steve.
Many people on the internet accused her of choosing drugs over her own son. Instead of mending her ways after suffering such serious blows, Lisa continued down the path of destruction and kept pleading for money online. Her habit of lying, manipulating, and scamming people got so out of control that she started making even more heinous stories to get funds and clout. During a live stream, Lisa told her viewers that her father was in surgery and she needed money to visit him at the hospital. All through the live, she acted extremely unhinged, kept tweaking her story, and eventually ended up harassing her viewers for not sending funds.
Dad is in operation right now, and I am missing it. Can you please? I'm gonna do what I have to do right now in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna do it. I know I gotta do what I have to do. I'm tired of being disrespected and dicked around by these people behind the scenes. I'm done. And you are the reason I didn't make the clinic yesterday. You are the reason. By holding my money hostage. Right there, you should help me get down to see my dad. But no, you're too good, so I'm gonna show you. It's all good, yo. Don't say you didn't want to see me, bitch. He's in surgery. So, if anybody can help, I'll tell you who in about 2 minutes. I need help. It has nothing to do with that. I don't even want her money. I want you to know what fake people are on this app are doing behind the scenes, but putting on a front like they're all perfect. They're leaving me without my dad. No, I'll take a breath, ma'am, and I'm not being rude to you. When I get the money to go see my dad, my mom needs to get down there. I've been trying for days. I asked you guys last night. I said I need the money for the Uber. You guys didn't help. You're not helping. You did. Did you send me my money so I could go to the clinic? No, you didn't. I'm telling you.
The way she speaks in this video clearly indicates that she is desperate for drugs. After a while, Lisa's sister Ronnie confirmed through her TikTok that her father was not in the hospital and requested people to not send a penny to Lisa.
It's absolutely ridiculous that I have to make this video right now, but here I am. Please excuse the way that I look and sound. I am sick. I do not feel well. And yet here I am still dealing with my sister's absolute insanity. There is nothing wrong with anybody in my family. My father is not in the hospital. I will be uploading a video at the end of this that I just took with my dad. So he's obviously fine. There's nothing wrong with anybody else in my family, and there's absolutely no reason why my sister would need money today. I appreciate every single person who has reached out to me to let me know that she is back to using my dad, being in the hospital as a way to get money. But I am again here to say that my dad is absolutely fine and is actually out enjoying himself. I am going to include a video here now that proves that there's nothing wrong with the man and that she's lying like we all know. So here's proof for yourselves.
There we go. It's December 1st. My dad, not in a hospital, obviously. He is fine.
Not in the hospital.
Not in the hospital. He's fine. My sister does not need money. Thank you.
I don't know about you guys, but that's the craziest hospital that I've ever seen or I've ever been in. I hope that clears some things up, and I hope that helps. Have a great day.
In an attempt to warn people about Lisa's deteriorating health and growing addiction, Ronnie also uploaded a video to her TikTok, adding some extremely upsetting pictures of Lisa. In these pictures, Lisa could be seen lying unconscious on a bed, clearly under the influence of drugs. Ronnie said in her video that people who continue to send money to Lisa are feeding her addiction and helping her unalive herself.
I'd like to start this video with a trigger warning. The pictures that I am about to show are not easy to look at. They are pictures of somebody in very bad active addiction. My sister will just not stop, and I'm going to post these pictures. I'm also aware that she is live right now using a Cash App that is in my name. I will also be posting my actual Cash App. That way, you guys know that that's not my Cash App. I'm not asking for anything. I do not want anything sent to my Cash App. But I just want to post it. That way it's not like my actual, she's not using my actual Cash App. I really didn't want to have to post these pictures, but everybody who is still sending her money, this is what you are supporting, and you are helping my sister continue to unalive herself, and you should absolutely be ashamed of that. Let me figure out how to upload the pictures. This is what you guys are supporting. Do you see this? Do you see the way that she is absolutely passed out? When I walked up those steps, I honestly thought that she was no longer with us. I tried to wake her several times, and all I got was a bunch of mumbling, and she couldn't even like wake up and actually acknowledge that I was there. So this right here is what you guys are supporting when you are sending her money or making excuses for her. And Kim is no better. She is helping my sister, but she is also an addict, and they split the money, and they just go ahead and buy their rug of choice with it. But yeah, this is the Cash App that she's using.
Unfortunately, this call-out did not affect Lisa in the slightest, as she continued to lie and scam people. In her next live stream, she used her niece's name to get money out of people, saying that she needed to get to her niece's birthday party and buy her a gift. As we all know, this was a blatant lie and an extremely cheap tactic by Lisa to receive donations. When Lisa's sister got wind of her elaborate lies involving her daughter, she went live with her sister and called her out in front of hundreds of people. In this live session, Lisa's sister confirmed that she was no longer getting food stamps due to her own miserable actions. She didn't stop there. She went on to reveal that Lisa had always been a compulsive liar, someone who refused to take accountability or make any effort to get clean, even for the sake of her own children.
The internet saying you needed money to get to a birthday party you knew you couldn't come to. And then you said you wanted to get her a gift.
I didn't want to get her a
That's
gift.
so crazy to me. Like, that's so crazy to me. You've used your kids. Now you're moving on to mine.
I have no income.
Lisa, you know I don't play about my daughter.
Okay,
You know I don't play about my daughter.
I have no income at all right now. Not even food stamps.
Lisa, I don't have income either.
But you can at least have food stamps and stuff, right?
Right, but who's the reason why you don't have any of that? You are.
For
You
going
don't
on
get to
TikTok.
then. You don't get to then go on TikTok and tell people that you need an Uber to get to my daughter's birthday party and you want to get her a gift and all of this when she hasn't seen. First off, and second off, you knew you couldn't come to that party, and if you were allowed to, you could have just came with Dad because you knew he was there. You still are taking zero accountability for using somebody else's kid to scam people out of money.
But I didn't get any money though. I'm
Lisa,
sorry that I insinuated that, but I really didn't get any money that day.
Lisa, it's not the point. You could have gotten $0 or you could have got $1,000. It's not the point that if you got money or not. It's the point that you tried to get money for your addiction by using my child's first birthday. Still trying to play the victim. Lisa, you are not a victim.
I'm not trying to play a victim. I'm just trying to tell people that that's not my page because messages have been going out, not recently, I don't think, but forever, saying that they're me. And she said it wasn't her, and now I don't know who. I'm starting to believe maybe it was.
Honestly, are the creator of all of this, and you are the furthest thing from a victim.
I don't think I'm a victim at all.
You always play the victim. Everybody hates me, nobody. Why do you think people's hard-earned money?
It's the truth.
Why do you think that when people get up every day and go to work and earn their own money that they should just throw it at you on the internet because you need a cigarette?
They shouldn't. This ain't even about cigarettes right now, but I'm just saying, I'm not trying to play victim. I'm just being honest. That was just the truth.
Lisa, nothing that comes out of your mouth is honest. I haven't heard an honest word come out of your mouth in almost 20 years.
This was a much-needed reality check for Lisa, but unsurprisingly, it had no impact on her whatsoever. Her sister Ronnie remains one of the only family members consistently speaking out against her, warning people not to fall for Lisa's manipulative tactics. During a live session with another creator, Ronnie exposed just how much money Lisa rakes in through her TikTok streams, often receiving hundreds of dollars at a time. Money that, in her words, no drug addict should have access to. According to Ronnie, Lisa refuses to get a real job because she's become too reliant on the easy cash from online donations, which she squanders on cigarettes and illegal substances. Instead of using the funds to better her life, Lisa continues to feed her entitled attitude and deepen her cycle of addiction. Despite everything, Ronnie has made it clear that she is willing to help Lisa if she ever decides to turn her life around. But Lisa refuses to change.
So what's the live about now, Lisa? Because I'm tired of your...
What do you mean?
What are we doing now?
I'm walking home freezing.
Yeah. Are you? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Yeah? I'm, honest to God, so sick of this. And I'm, honest to God...
Why are you...
Crying for what?
Because I'm trying to get a couple dollars.
Right.
I have no smokes, I have no nothing.
Okay, and you know what? I am so... Get a job.
I'm going to. I'm not doing this on live.
Well, you do everything else on live.
No, I don't.
I'm live right now. You want to do everything on TikTok, sweetheart.
Here we go with this when I am...
Even after being kicked out of her apartment and moving in with her father, Lisa's reckless behavior didn't stop. Instead of making an effort to rebuild her life, she continued stirring up drama, even getting into altercations with several of her father's neighbors. At one point during yet another one of Lisa's TikTok live streams, where she was shamelessly begging for money and pretending to be homeless, a neighbor had finally had enough. The neighbor approached Lisa midstream and called her out in front of her audience, furious at her blatant lies. Lisa had been sitting comfortably on her father's doorstep, spinning a sob story to fool her viewers. But the truth was clear to those around her. She wasn't homeless, just manipulating people for sympathy and cash. The neighbor's anger was justified, as Lisa had spent months deceiving her followers while refusing to take responsibility for her own actions. This confrontation resulted in a nasty argument with Lisa and the neighbor throwing abuses at each other. Lisa's father also stepped in at some point, telling Lisa to turn off the TikTok live.
Okay. I'm gonna put in Stacy Jones 145, okay? Stacy Jones. Oh, it went. Stacy Jones 145, please. Please don't listen to these people in the chat. They don't know what they're talking about. If you guys can look at me and think that I'm home, I'm not. I don't even have a home. I just got evicted. You guys understand that? Do you guys? 145. Oh. Stacy Jones. Yeah.
Stop. You're now on live. We all know where you're at.
Okay.
So for all your followers, she's at her dad's. She just wants her crack money.
Bitch!
You go ahead, come back. You know, stab you and you'll go to jail.
Get the away from me, bitch! You don't even know what you're talking about. Not even allowed to stay here, this dumb, stupid cunt. Not even allowed to stay here, this dumb, stupid pig! Get the away from me, bitch!
Oh, you got knock on your dad's door!
Where is it?
It's right there!
Dude, she's gonna get me kicked out. And I don't even live here. She's gonna get my daughter kicked out. Somebody please, somebody please, somebody please. Hey, bitch! Where's this bitch at? I'm allowed to sit outside. My parents have anytime I want. And you don't have nothing to say, you dumb whore. Dad, I'm sitting on your because I'm screaming.
You're on TikTok, crap.
No, I'm not. No, Dad, you can take her outside. I'm a bitch now. I'm a bitch
bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, I can't believe that I can't even fucking smoke a cigarette.
The woman who confronted Lisa also uploaded a TikTok video sometime later, presenting her side of the story. She was furious at Lisa for fabricating false stories and begging for money online. According to her, Lisa was making their neighborhood look extremely shady and bad.
No, I'm not! No, Dad, you can take our side! I'm a bitch now! I'm a bitch now! Oh my god! Oh my god! Like, I can't believe that I can't even fucking smoke a cigarette!
This is not the only time Lisa has had an unpleasant exchange with her neighbors. When she used to live in an apartment complex, some of her neighbors approached her about stealing something. We're uncertain what this remark was about, but their way of addressing Lisa clearly indicates her standing in the neighborhood.
Hey. You got your GUN, just in case? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies.
Hey. You been stealing?
Huh?
You been stealing?
Do I what?
Be stealing.
Stealing?
Yeah, you?
No. If I find anybody who does, I'll let you know.
Alright, thank you.
Stealing? No, ma'am.
Lisa's behavior must have caused extreme emotional discomfort to her family, especially her parents. We've seen her tell elaborate lies during her live streams, even about her parents. At one point, she blatantly lied to her audience, telling them that she was homeless because her parents had gone on vacation. Many people on the internet argue that her father is enabling her extremely toxic behavior because he refuses to throw her out of the house. Lisa constantly does TikTok lives from her parents' house, consumes illegal substances, and upsets countless neighbors with her actions. Despite all of this, Lisa's father refuses to make her leave, leading many people on the internet to label him as an enabler. By allowing her to stay despite her constant manipulation and reckless behavior, he has unintentionally provided her with a safety net that enables her to continue her destructive lifestyle. However, there are videos where her father can be seen making feeble attempts to set boundaries with her, telling her to get off social media or neutralizing her fights. Unfortunately, these efforts have been completely ineffective. Lisa continues to ignore his warnings, pushing the limits without any real consequences. In this particular video, we can hear Lisa's father instruct her to get off Facebook.
We gotta have this under some kind of control, you know what I mean?
You got fucking balls.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
You're begging for money.
We
are.
That they offered. I was just saying.
You can get off of Facebook now.
In another video, Lisa is visibly anxious and on edge, clearly afraid that her father might catch her using TikTok again.
Tried before I left, please. I'm not selling my stamps. Please, before my dad comes out. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't have Venmo. Venmo's supposed to be Lisa Huntermark. Here it comes. You ready? You ready? For the internet? For the internet?
Speaking of emotional damage, the people who suffered the most because of Lisa are her children. Children of drug-addicted parents often endure profound emotional, psychological, and even physical damage that can affect them for a lifetime. Growing up in an unstable environment filled with neglect, unpredictability, and even abuse can leave deep scars, making it difficult for children to develop a sense of security or trust in others. No child deserves a parent like Lisa, who intentionally puts herself in harm's way, exploits and manipulates other people, and refuses to take accountability. It's no surprise that all her children dislike her and find her responsible for the emotional damage they suffered. While Jace has not been seen a lot during her live streams, we saw Abby often badly abusing her mother and lashing out at her in an extremely disrespectful way. It's hard to imagine what it must have been like living with an unstable, highly unpredictable, and immoral parent. Abby's anger and frustration towards her mother had often been witnessed during Lisa's live streams. In one particularly disturbing incident, when Lisa was live on her TikTok begging for money, viewers could hear Abby shouting in the background. Lisa had apparently slammed Abby's door, which greatly upset her daughter, causing her to explode in anger and verbally attack her mother.
Why did you just kick down my door?
Abby! Abigail! Here, look. You can see it. Look. 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 Since everybody, look. Your daughter said it's paid. Look. Where did the other one go? Abby exposed you. Did you say anything, Abby?
No, please get out of my face!
Because I'm tired of people making up lies about my kids.
Lisa had also ridiculed and badmouthed her daughter on countless occasions. At one point, when Lisa was trying to convince Abby to request money from her viewers and she refused, Lisa ruthlessly started slandering her daughter in front of her live audience.
You don't know what you're talking about. You answer that. Okay, ma'am, then Lisa Jace XOX. Well, which is it? You can't find it or it's flagged? Which one? I'm sorry. It's not to you guys. It is to the other people. Mine isn't Randall or Abby's isn't. Lisa Jace XOX isn't coming up? You can't. Nicole, you know what? You come in here, ma'am, and you do this all the time. All the time. You can just go ahead. Bye. Bye. Like I said, PP, what is Michelle? It's working? Something came through on CA for mine. Like, not money, but I'm seeing, like, stuff. So, obviously, somebody found it. Okay, send it friends and family so that it can come right through. And CA is Lisa Jace XOX. I don't want to say that again, please, okay? Please. I don't want to say it again, please. There's enough people in here. I really don't want to say it again, please. And PP is Lisa Rich XO, but please send it friends and family, please. And if we get enough, I will gamer back to you. Send it back to you, gamer girl. They're just notifications. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Somebody sent something on it, or they requested. It does. What? I'm gonna have to Sunday, but I didn't do it yet. I didn't think I was gonna have to use mine because it's not working that good. And you didn't send me 5 on PP. Nobody sent anything on PP. Okay, well it's the crazy A sign, the at LISARICHXO. It's there. No, you didn't. This little fucker girl. I block you all the time. How do you get back in here? I can't donate Plaza. Didn't I say to please not? Abby. See, somebody just sent something through, but something got through, so it's not being found. So I'm not really sure what's happening with that. Yeah, it's a request. It's a request. Where did this fucking bitch go? I have food stamps. You can't use food stamps. I need Abby. Please get in there. Hurry up. Okay, ma'am, go start a live and accept that, okay? Thank you. I cannot. Like, I don't understand. Am I speaking a different language? I'm trying not to. It is working, though. It is working, though. And I have Chime, which is LISA143XO. You can't use food stamps. I'm just making sure you can hear me. I'm not. And I'm not. Well, it's amazing. The people who are sending requests can get through, but the people who want to send money can't get through. It's amazing. Just absolutely amazing. The PP is Crazy A, Lisa Rich XO. No, I am not. Stop saying that. I'm gonna start going after people for slander. I really am. I swear on my kids. Keep saying it. Keep saying it. I don't know how to do that on PP. It's off on Chime. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know why you can't. Everybody else is finding it that's sending these stupid-ass requests. It's all in my bio. And the CA is Lisa Jace XOX. That is the bio. Okay, somebody's finding it because I'm getting requests. So they're finding the PP. I don't know, ma'am. I haven't got anything but a bunch of requests. That's all I've gotten. Like, that's all I've gotten is a bunch of rude comments and requests. Abby, get these people out. I'm trying to do it as fast as I can. I got the other mods back there. I don't want these people in my lives at all, ever. Like, ever. I want them gone. No, I'm not. That's not true. Look, if you can help me and my kids, everything's in the bio, okay? I cannot. It's Lisa Jace XOX for the CA. The PP is the @ Lisa Rich XO. And then Chime too if you have Chime, okay? I'm not being bossy. I'm just trying to get it all out in case something goes, because things have been going wrong. Like left and right, okay? So, what about the bunny baby? BUNNIEBAB. The PP comes up. I don't know. The PP's coming up for everybody who's sending nasty messages, but the people who want to help, it's not coming up. I'm not understanding. I really ain't. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding. Here, I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. If you want to help on the CA, send something. If it kicks back, I'll send you a request from Abby CA. How does that sound? Give me. I'm gonna send them a request on your CA. Start here. Start here. Start here. Then give it to me and I'll do it. Did you turn your request off? Then why are they saying they can't find it? Start deleting these people. Come on. We're not gonna get to go. I really want to freaking go. I just want to go because I'm trying. The PP seems to be the only thing working. Okay, what is it? Send it on mine, Lisa Jace XOX, and I will send a request on Abby's. That way you know where it is, since you guys can't find it. I don't know. Or the PP is working. They're sending a bunch of requests on it. Listen to them. Listen to them. Yes, they are. Like 30 total. Is that? No. Okay, I thought maybe that was her CA going off. She said no. Oh my gosh. Then Chime. I don't know, ma'am. It's because I'm trying to get all the requests off of the, I need somebody who has sent me money on the CA before to send it, because it goes right through. It's Lisa Jace XOX. No, you don't owe me. I'm just trying to get it out in case something goes wrong. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. You didn't send me $80. You didn't send me $100. Come on, guys. I'm not trying to yell. I mean, just look at these people. I'm trying to tell you guys what to do with your money. Like, it's too much. I didn't say anybody owed me anything. My family did not. My dad's actually taking me, you fool. Abby, you need to start requesting these people. I did what you wanted me to do today. Now, please, while I'm on here, so if something goes wrong, I can talk to them. I'll hand you my phone. Abby, come on. They told me to tell you to do it. Fucking do it, bitch, now. Do it, please. Hurry up, go. Thank you, whoever did that.
No, get the fuck out my face. No, you're not going to talk to me like that. Get the fuck out my face.
No,
get the fuck out my face.
You know what? Screw you.
No, you're not
Yeah, you're probably keeping it. That's what you're probably doing. Bye. Get out. Get out. I can yell at her all I want. She's my daughter. Mine. Get out. No, it isn't. She said before we got on here that she was going to use hers so that we had enough to go and see. She said that, and now she's being like that. And all I asked her to do was, somebody asked to request off Abby because they couldn't find it. She can't even do that? Come on. I'm here trying to do 10 things at once. Yeah, I should cry because that's your guys' entertainment. Fucking joke. It ain't. Oh my god. Abby, get in here and mod, please. Get these people out of here. If you call the cops, Isaac Haro, watch what happens to you. They are tired of it. So go ahead. Abby, remember Isaac Haro. Okay, Bobber, go ahead and call them. Ma'am, screenshot that. I'm not playing anymore. No, it ain't a threat. They're threatening me. There ain't no reason for the cops because I'm yelling. Can you try to send it again or try to, send CPS? There's no kids here. Stupid. Can you try to send it to Abby's, please? It's the bunny baby with 3 E's at the end. It came up on, when I looked it up. I don't understand why it's not coming up for anybody else. I would never swing at any of my kids, ever. I do not hit my kids, ever. Ever have I done that. Wait, hold on, somebody just said something about, you can't pull it up. If you send one on mine, when I get off, make sure your requests are on, I will send a request and it will go through, okay? Can you do that, please? I'll go through them, that kicks back. Okay, just make sure your requests are on, I will go through them, and I will request, okay? If that's okay. And, yeah, my CA is screwed. Unless you've already sent me money, then it goes right through. But since nobody, obviously, that's helping has ever sent it, it's messing up, so sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, the reason that it's not working is because, well, I'm not going to tell you because it will give her, it will give them more ideas. But there's a reason why it's not working right now, the PP. So, but I will, I'm going to take care of that real quick. Okay, let me see something. Wait, this is from earlier, right? Yeah, that's from way earlier. What about from right now? I can't tell. What the hell is that? Okay, what am I doing on here? It's all requests. It's all requests from PP. It's all requests. They sent all requests. If you can, I have nothing. They haven't sent nothing. All requests, all harassment, all this crap. Yeah, I'm a liar. You guys want to see all the requests they sent? I'm going to post them on my page. I'm going to post them on my page because I'm tired of them saying I'm lying. I'm really tired of it. Really, really tired of it. Really, really tired of it. Like, just look at the comments, guys. This is what they do to me. My attorney said today she's never seen anything like this, ever, in her 15 years, ever. Disgusting people. Yeah, that's what I said. Ever. And no, I don't do it to myself. I don't have to show you anything. You've never sent me anything. I don't have to show you anything. People that send me stuff, they want proof, they get it. Just like that lady this morning. You aren't owed nothing. And I've said that how many times? And you're not. You're not. Like, who are you? You haven't sent $1. So you're not owed proof of anything. And I've showed you proof of things that you don't even deserve. So stop. 0. You didn't send anything. I don't have anything. But a bunch of requests and rude comments. Like, that's it. So stop coming on and saying you sent this, you sent that. There's nothing but rude comments and requests on PP. No. And look, being called a liar, being called this. I didn't want to, sir. But I need, if you sent to the CA, Lisa Jace XOX, send it. If it kicks it back, turn on your request for 5 minutes. I will request, okay? Now, that went right through. That was somebody that sent to me before. So it went through. No, you're done. I'm not done. What happened to me going to jail today? Huh? She's going to jail. She's going to jail. No, actually went a lot better than I expected it to go. You don't go to jail. Oh, never mind. The just are just like, it just amazes me sometimes. Amazes me. All right, I'll get you back. I'll get you back. Thank you. I never touched any of my kids. Well, hey, all my life, baby, and it ain't gonna stop now. Inpatient rehab for my children? That doesn't even make sense. Inpatient rehab for my children. Stupid. I'll do what I want to do. What do you mean, babe? What happened with TikTok? Because I need to go to get something to eat with my kids. It's very important. And these people just think it's a big joke. Look what they're writing. Da 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 da. No, they are not. But think what you want. Is that what you do? Or you don't do that at all? You can't use food stamps at a restaurant or a fast food place. I mean, how many times do I have to say that? Not allowed to. No park either. Really, Mama Julie? That better not be you, girl. Like, real fucking shit. Yes, I do cook all the time. If that was an option, I honestly would do that. Honestly. It's not an option. It is not. I'm sorry. It is not. And it's not today. Okay? Just today. It's not today. Okay? And I don't know. That's it. I just don't know. I'm dumb. I forgot everything. They probably are from smoke. No, I did not. Like 30. They haven't sent anything but requests. There isn't one. I don't need to do that. And I'm not doing that. Did you get her? Did you get her? Because I'm going to ask her. If you start fighting my house, I'm going to be very angry. Because I have a very suspicious opinion she's going to say, no. But we'll see. We'll see. Abby, somebody said they sent 20 to your CA, did they? Yeah, no. Are you getting rid of these motherfuckers that are saying, whatever. Just not you block. Get them up. No, she didn't get it. So, yeah, I know. I don't know what it is. If it had been $1, I'm trying to look on my other phone and see what it was. Like, how much it was. I just said yes, I did too. I'm trying to look on my other phone and see what, like, how much. I'm trying to look. Abby's fine. She's a big girl. She's not a big sissy. I have $3. $3. For... Unfucking-believable. It went off for $1. And it's 3 different times, $3. Yeah, $3. From $3 from 3 different people went through. I can't believe that. If you can get it to go through. Oh, wow. You know what? Why? Because you were stealing half the money that people were sending to me, huh? Can't go on a different day. Like, these aren't my decisions. These aren't my decisions, okay? They're not my decisions. It's not up to me, okay? Then you lost your money if you did. Sorry about that. But that's your own fault. Nobody told you to send it to her, so whatever. Abby, I don't. But they don't, though, ma'am. They don't end up doing it. 30 on PP, or I am going today. Oh, but I am, smart Alec. My kids are proud of me. I said to go get something to eat and for a visit. No, my dog's not up for adoption and never will be. To the 3 people that got the CA to go through, since it went through, can you help out anymore so I can go? I am not gonna sit here and like listen to this anymore with this. This is getting out of hand. I have 5 mods in here. 5. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, exactly. I can't even. Who cares if I have food stamps? It doesn't work in a it doesn't work. Stamps a fucking fat pig. I didn't get food stamps today. Like, what? I know everything about nothing, but actually know nothing about Lisa or her family. Make sure your requests are in, please, because I don't know why the people that got to go through sent what they sent. Like, I'm just very aggravated. And the people found the PP just fine to send a billion requests, but amazing nobody else to find it right. Like, that kind of blows me right there. Okay, wait, stop. If this is what I think it is, it's not. I think it is, I'm out. I'm out. No, I said if they got it to go through. Like, look at these people. Look at them. I just laugh at them. I don't give a shit what they say, honestly. Like, I don't know them. They don't know me. They think they know something. They're just stupid. Yeah, never mind, I'm gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. Be good, Lisa. Be good for James. Be good. Not yours. Not yours. Somebody who's nice and has a heart. Not yours. Not yours. Not yours. I don't want anything from you. Honestly, nothing. What I want you to do is please leave my page. That's what I would like you to do. I would like you to go to Reddit and talk over there and get off of my page. That's what I would really like for you to do. Okay, thanks. Oh my god, now you're talking about my children? Really, bitch? Talking about my kids. Okay, alright. It's alright. I got the name, that's alright. We are done. Oh, I'm not leaving. They're in here. Oh, they're in here. I didn't get the money. Not doing that either. Why is your ugly face still in my life? I blocked you like 3 times. Stop coming back, please. Please, 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 dear Lord. Stop coming back. 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 I can't check them when I'm on live, sweet pie. It's Lisa J's XOX. If it kicks back, as soon as I get off, yes, leave my kids out of it, thank you. If it kicks back, can you make sure your requests are on? I will send a request for whatever you try sending, and look through, and it will go through. Okay, that's all we're gonna say on here in front of these people, okay, guys? They don't even know nothing else because they can't stand when they don't know what's going on. I can't. There's so much. No, I won't. I don't have a family. No, that's not true either. Why is she in here? I blocked so many of her pages. You're right. I do have family. I have kids. You're right. And a mother and a father and a sister. That's my family. And a brother. I have a brother too. I don't care. Like, really? I was trying to get money to go out and eat something important to me, and these people, you know how they do. So, you know, everything's a big fucking joke to them. I don't want to be. How am I supposed to go without the money? Huh? I cannot. If you sent to the CA of mine and it kicks back, please make sure your requests are on. I will send a request for whatever you try sending me right now on the Bunny Baby, okay? Thank you. I gotta get off here. I can't stand this.
Not only that, but on numerous occasions, Lisa has told completely outrageous lies about her daughter in an attempt to solicit donations from unsuspecting viewers. One of the most disturbing instances occurred during a live stream when Lisa went completely berserk, falsely claiming that her daughter Abby had been murdered and that the killer had fled.
Like I said, $1, $2, $5, anything just to get me through work today, to get my son through tonight, until I get paid tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I would greatly, you have no idea, appreciate it. No, start the WOOEB. No, you're not wrong for asking about my daughter. The person underneath you had said, can you explain how your daughter died? And the person underneath you said, because she didn't, with like the rolling eye emojis. So it wasn't you, sweetie, that said anything wrong. The person underneath you had said, because she didn't, with like, you know, the faces with the rolling eyes. So that's why I said that. It wasn't you at all, ma'am. And my daughter, she got murdered in Baltimore. She was in Baltimore. She shouldn't have been there.
Using a little girl for a shield. This is low even for you!
And she got murdered. They found her in an abandoned house, and the person that did it still has never been caught. So, yeah. Cat, it happened about probably, it'll be 2 years this summer. It'll be 2 years this June 25th. So.
Oh, that was horrible. Your wish is horrible. You're horrible. You're an irredeemable monster!
The situation between Abby and Lisa has become so toxic that they frequently slander, insult, and ridicule each other live on camera, airing their deeply dysfunctional relationship for the world to see. In one particularly disturbing incident, Lisa shamelessly entered Abby's room to wake her up, all for the sake of receiving a $1 donation from an online viewer. The sheer desperation behind this act was unsettling. But what followed was even more alarming. Abby's reaction to her mother's unhinged behavior was filled with raw anger and hostility, showcasing just how deeply frustrated she was with Lisa.
Area and find if like Kayla and Charles or even like if their bodies.
No! Get the f out! I'm sleeping! I'm sleeping!
I know! Medicaid won't pay for Uber right away, ma'am.
I'm sleeping. Get the
I understand.
Out. Get the out.
Abby.
Get the out. You're not understanding simple English. Get the out.
Okay, I'm doing that right now, Dia. Thank you.
I'm sleeping.
Abby.
Get the out.
Abby. Because it's mine.
She said she sent $1. You have to accept, though. I'm gonna leave her alone and let her sleep, but I need to use that for the Uber because mine, so I was asking you guys if mine worked. That's it. You have fucking issues. Selfish, ugly, stupid. What are we calling the paramedics for? Somebody's already gone. And not in my house. So what the hell are you talking about? Like, what? Well, while she's up, if anybody can send anything for the Uber, it's round trip. LISARXO.
Get the f down!
How much is it?
$1! You woke me up for $1, you get out!
$1.
Do you want to do you? Get the f down!
Can anybody please help?
Get the f down! Get me!
These clips clearly showcase the dynamic Lisa had created in her own home. The way her children speak to her and the way she addresses her children depict their toxic and abusive relationship. A while ago, Lisa announced during a TikTok live that Abby was going to have a baby. After this news, everyone on the internet was concerned about the unborn baby, as there were discussions of Abby also following in her mother's footsteps. While we have no proof to back this claim, various people on Reddit swear that Abby is also actively consuming illegal substances. This revelation is especially appalling considering that Abby herself has openly stated that she would never touch drugs, having witnessed firsthand how both of her parents destroyed their lives through addiction. It's unnerving how many people have suffered due to Lisa's actions, yet she refuses to take any accountability or show any remorse. Her son Jace has also been heard during live streams using foul language and abusing his mother in the worst possible way. And to be honest, it's Lisa's own horrible actions that have pushed her children to this point. Jace was hardly 10 or 11 years old when he was living with Lisa, and it's heartbreaking to imagine how frustrating and confusing it must have been for him. Being raised by a mother who was high most of the time and constantly begging for money online meant that he had likely had to navigate a chaotic and unstable environment. Instead of providing him with the love and security he needed, Lisa's addiction and manipulative behavior turned his childhood into a cycle of neglect and embarrassment.
Hey, what you doing? Nothing. What you doing? What you doing, Crocky?
Jace.
What you doing? What you doing? Oh my gosh,
I'm trying to get.
Of course I'm fucking alive. She can't get to fuck for one fucking piece of shit life.
Jace, go to the bathroom and lay down. I can't do this right now.
Shut the f up. Bitch really can just get off.
All because I can't. Just don't. Something's going
I
on.
don't care what's going the fuck on. Huh, Lisa? I don't care what the hell's going on. Get off.
All right.
I'm
trying to figure
right now.
I'm trying to figure something out.
No, I don't give a hell.
For the freaking morning, just leave me be.
I don't care.
All right.
So get I
am.
Get off.
Go.
No. Dumb bitch.
No. That's it. Go. Go.
No, get the hell.
No. You're making me really mad. I'm trying. Jace. Go.
Shut up and get the f off.
I'm going to if you leave.
No. You think I'm no brain? You think I'm dumb as fuck?
Even after he was removed from Lisa's care, it became painfully clear that he wanted little to do with her. During a live session, Lisa called Jace, but his reluctance to engage with her spoke volumes. Throughout the conversation, his discomfort was evident. His short responses, hesitant tone, and clear lack of enthusiasm all pointed to a child who had emotionally distanced himself from his mother.
I wanted to call and check on him. Hey, Cole Jr. Where's Jace?
He's cool.
I know, but I wanted to talk to him.
He's good though.
It's gonna be crazy because everything's gonna come out in the open.
Hello?
Yeah, he's good.
I know, but I wanted to talk to him. He blocked me. Somebody had him block me.
Yeah, he blocked you? That's crazy.
Can I please?
He doesn't want to see you.
Why?
messed up his life.
Can you ask him if he'll talk to me?
Chase, do you want to talk to Mom? You want to talk to Mom?
What you need?
Hello? Hey, baby, how are you? How are you?
I'm good. What's up?
Did you block me on Facebook Messenger?
No.
Okay, I can't get through to you on there. I can't get through to you on there.
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Will you call me later around dinner time?
What do you mean, did I block you? Like, what?
I went to call you.
I haven't used Facebook Messenger since Abby texted me. Which was yesterday. So you should not be blocked.
Well, there's no call button.
If someone, like, grabbed my phone and blocked you, then you're not blocked.
There's no call button to call you.
Then maybe you blocked me or something. I don't know. I'll check.
All right. Will you call me around dinner time?
Sure.
All right. I love you, baby.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Why am I not allowed, ma'am?
Because CPS took him from your custody, and since he's been removed from your custody, you have done nothing but sit on live begging for money for cigarettes. Get up, clean. People want to motivate you to do better. And you're sitting here proving CPS right, proving all of these people who are against you right. You have done not a single thing to benefit this situation at all.
I don't know what to do, ma'am. I don't know.
You get up, you get off your butt, you start cleaning, you start doing what you need to do. You start finding a therapist, you start finding a rehab facility, you start making productive actions in the right direction where the court doesn't have to do it for you. Show the court that you're able to do these things on your own.
Boom, bitch.
Yes, but I found an IOP myself, intensive outpatient, okay? And she was supposed to come yesterday and have me sign a release for the IOP.
I'm cutting you off right now. I'm not here for any excuses. Don't tell me, don't blame other people, don't do all that.
I'm not
here for it. First of all, you don't need an outpatient. You need an inpatient intense therapy. You need to address all of your demons that are creating your addictions. Stop giving people excuses. You have every excuse in the book. You are a master manipulator, and I'm not saying that to be mean. You have a lot of things you need to work on. You have a lot of personal trauma you need to work on. You do not need an outpatient facility. You need an inpatient facility where you can get 24-hour care.
Boom. Clean them dirty now.
I don't...
Despite all of this, Lisa refuses to change her ways or even try to work on her drug addiction. She has suffered some serious blows like losing custody of her child, getting kicked out of her home, and even getting imprisoned due to her problematic actions. But her reluctance to get clean is aggravating. Authorities have been called to check up on her multiple times. People who frequently watch her lives have witnessed her in extremely messed up states, where her pupils were extremely dilated, her speech was slurred, and she was nearly about to pass out. Out of concern and also out of spite, her viewers have called cops on her, trying to knock some sense into her.
If this is the police, somebody's going to jail. Somebody's going to jail. Hello? Yes? Yes, sir. Yeah. Ends are done. Ends are done. That's it. Fucking police. We haven't even done anything wrong.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay. You got a friend called and said they were concerned about you. What was the friend thing?
It's not a friend. It's an idiot from the internet.
Listen to this voice clip from the police scanner, showcasing their highly unpleasant interaction with Lisa.
Third party, they're watching the live from Ohio. Disregard.
15 Rhine Street between Buente and Rhine Place. It's going to be a part of Bravo. Third party caller saying a female is in the laundry room, appears to be overdosing. She's watching it live on TikTok. Outside. We call Predatory negative. It's going to be 2115 Ryan Street. Police are not responding. It is a third-party call that in the past has been unfounded for a female possibly overdosing with them watching live on TikTok.
Yeah, police aren't calling, then we're not going to go either. We can put them back in service.
We see that can disregard Ryan Street. Record.
Return.
Affirmative. Please just add a medic for a possible overdose.
The 6 can show you service.
All right, I'm going to head up to that 2115 Vine Street. I just watched her TikTok. She is sending something else. I'm going to try and 302 her, but also send a medic.
This is not the only time Lisa has faced authorities. She had proudly bragged on the internet that she was caught up with the DEA, and instead of spending 20 years in prison, she was out on probation in 1 year. Lisa thinks she gets away with her terrible actions due to her extremely good manipulation tactics. She proudly calls herself a good manipulator who has scammed and befooled countless people in her life with her charm.
Yeah. You know, I'm a good manipulator. I use my charm and what I've learned to manipulate. Okay, it's illegal. I honestly, I don't care. I've done worse. I pretended like I was a doctor, went into a hospital, okay, got Xanax, had the DEA on my ass, and was supposed to go to prison for 15 to 20 years. I got 2 years probation, was off in 1 year. Now you tell me that ain't some good manipulation.
Lisa's thousands of followers on social media and her uncanny ability to pop back up on TikTok, despite getting banned countless times, speaks volumes. Who do you think is actually responsible for enabling Lisa Richard and making her one of the biggest frauds in the history of Lolcows? Her viewers have blamed her parents and her family for providing her with a safety net and enabling her toxic habits. However, people who regularly watch her live streams, interact with her, and send her money are equally responsible for her condition and entitled attitude. Despite warnings by her own family members and other creators spreading awareness about Lisa's growing addiction, her viewers have continued to send her funds. She is refusing treatment or any kind of help because she's getting easy money on the internet for drugs and all kinds of crap. One of Lisa's moderators came forward a few months ago through her TikTok account @Taylanamore, revealing that Lisa makes more than $50 to $100 per live session. She also revealed that Lisa's mother was also involved in this scam, and they were both manipulating and exploiting people on the internet.
Hey Lisa, you might want to leave me the alone before I tell the internet how your mom is in on you scamming the internet. You might want to leave me alone and stop making threats. You can call me a whale. Okay. I would be a size 2 if I did $100 worth a rack a day too. It's crazy though. $100 a day, but you couldn't get your son anything for Christmas. Oh, okay. I'm not going to argue with you, go back and forth with you. You couldn't even take care of a dog. You couldn't even keep a dog. Literally, you can lie and say, first you said you didn't get anything. As you were saying, 2 people had tried to send. At that moment, you had already made $40. She ended that live yesterday with $64. From what she told me, she makes anywhere from $50 to $150 a live. While she's saying no one is sending, every single time, people are sending. I knew going into yesterday exactly what I was going to do. I went into it going to get my money back from when you scammed me from your 2nd birthday this year. And I told you then, I'm going to get you back. You always say karma's a bitch. It is. Then you said I was a fan and I've been trying to get your attention for years. I've only been watching you for like 6 months. The only reason you got money from me around that time is because I had just started watching you and I had no clue who the f you were. But you gotta stop playing with people. Because me, I'm just gonna get my money back. Somebody gonna f you up, girl.
Imagine scrolling through TikTok and coming across a seemingly unhinged woman, sobbing uncontrollably as she shares harrowing stories of her supposed struggles. As a kind-hearted person, you might feel compelled to send her money, believing you're helping someone in genuine need. Unfortunately, many of Lisa's donors are unsuspecting viewers who have no idea that they're falling for an elaborate web of lies and fraud. What's even more baffling is that, despite her well-documented history of deception, there are still viewers who knowingly support her disgraceful behavior. Whether out of pity, entertainment, or sheer gullibility, these enablers continue to fuel Lisa's manipulative schemes by sending her money, allowing her to take advantage of others without facing any real consequences. It's unnerving that some content creators with considerable following on TikTok have also come in support of Lisa. A few female content creators on the platform have uploaded videos calling out Lisa's trolls and narrating how kind she really is. What these influencers fail to notice is Lisa's extremely narcissistic behavior and her tendency to harm others.
Who was saying it?
Hey, girl.
Jennifer, were you the one in the chat
Yes,
asking?
ma'am.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Lisa, I have been on your side this entire time.
Thank you.
And I want you to know that you are beautiful and you are worth it.
Thank you. No,
and I understand your defensiveness and you're scared. I know you got to be scared.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to any of it.
But you can do it. I'm Team Lisa. I've been Team Lisa. I've made videos for you. I've prayed for you.
Thank
some of the shit you do pisses me off, but
some of the I've done pisses me off.
It's all right though. It's all right though, Lisa. You can do it. You can. And I
want to talk about Lisa Richards. She came into my life today, and at first I thought it was a fake profile, and I was like, no, that's actually her. And we were just talking, and I told her, hey, I'm always rooting for you. You're always on my heart. I think about her often because I feel like she's got one hell of a success and redemption story just right at her fingertips. And we were chatting in the live, and she was like, I better get out of here before the comments get bad. And I was like, I don't think you got to worry about that here. Everybody here, we've been through addiction. We know what it's like. I said, we don't do meanness here. We're all going to be kind to you. And we chatted for a little while. She stayed in there, and we had some really good conversations, and it just makes me feel so sad because there are so many people that make videos to mock her and make videos about her and just love to see her fail and are just waiting for her downfall. And it's sad because she's a person. She is a nice person. She was so sweet, and she just chatted. She didn't want anything. She just wanted to chat. And I think if more people would be kind to her and uplift her and let her know that there's people out there rooting for her and that care about her, it will help her. I mean, how hard is it to want to go get sober and clean when you think everybody hates you and you're all alone? How much easier is it when you think that somebody's out there rooting for you and cares about you and loves you? I mean, I know you don't know me from Adam, but I love you. I care about you. And I think if more people would do that for her, stop being so mean and judgmental and cruel, I think she might have an easier and better time at doing what she's got to do to be successful. So, be kind. Be nice. She's a human. She deserves compassion and kindness. Addiction's a disease. It's not her. It's the addiction. She's a good person underneath all that. She just got to find her way out. She's just lost. We got to help her become found. Sometimes it takes a village. If we all help her and show her that we're out there rooting for her, it might just help.
People like these influencers are the real reason Lisa is refusing to grasp the severity of her actions and denying medical help. Many people on Reddit and other platforms debate that detaining Lisa in a prison is the only way to stop her from her destructive behavior, as she's growing out of control with each passing day. Even after getting banned countless times on TikTok, Lisa somehow manages to re-emerge on social media and find new victims. In the past 2 to 3 years, Lisa has created so many TikTok accounts that it's become impossible to keep track of her entire journey. Recently, she joined Discord to continue begging for smokes, food, Uber drives, and whatnot. At one point, Lisa's other sister, Jess, also stepped in and tried her best to help her. Seeing Lisa's worsening condition, Jess made the difficult decision to take her to rehab. A few months ago, she even posted a video on her TikTok account, updating everyone about Lisa's situation and assuring them that she was finally getting the help she needed. In the video, Jess confirmed that Lisa was being properly cared for and emphasized that there was no longer any need for donations. Her message was clear. Lisa had support, and viewers didn't need to send her money anymore. However, as with everything involving Lisa, things were never that simple.
All right, so clearly, breaking news, Lisa's out. And she's with me, so hello. Just really, oh, of course. Okay, so I know there's been some messages or whatever. Lisa, are you messaging anybody asking them to send money?
No, not one person.
Did you make a new Cash App and asking people to send money to it?
Absolutely not.
Okay, does any money need to be sent to you for any reason?
No, I am fine and taken care of for the weekend. No money needs to be sent for any reason to me.
So it's not her. I don't know who's sending messages. I would assume that it's Kim, but I have no proof of that. But it's not Lisa. She's not even, like, it's not her. Lisa, anything else you would like to add?
Yes, one more thing. I wanted to say thank you everybody for the well wishes and the prayers. I am okay. I actually feel better than I have in a long time. Like I said, I'm not asking for any money. And I also wanted to say my dad is not speaking to anybody on the app giving information. Also, if there are any updates and when there are updates, it will come from Jesse or Ronnie. Nobody else will be giving updates.
So thanks, guys. We'll let you know when we have more. Hope that helps.
While some people on the internet were happy for these turn of events, a lot of Lisa's viewers were convinced that she would never get clean. Unfortunately, this turned out to be true, as Lisa's sister confirmed through another TikTok video that Lisa refused to go to rehab. Jess also revealed that she faced intense backlash from people on the internet when she was unable to follow through with taking Lisa to rehab. Many viewers who had been hoping for Lisa's recovery turned on Jess, blaming her for not doing enough. Frustrated and disheartened, Jess expressed her deep disappointment with Lisa's daily viewers, who seemed more focused on pointing fingers than understanding the challenges of dealing with an addict.
Used for some sort of case study. More than one, probably. But definitely, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? I was off this app for over a week, and I came back on yesterday, and wow, did I learn a lot about myself and the things I was saying and doing and how I felt about a lot of things that I never said or did. I am sorry if you guys believe her, but I don't know how this stunt, yet again, looks bad on me. I didn't ask for anything. I didn't know she was on here asking for because again, I wasn't on here. But again, I'm the bad guy. Riddle me this. Why would I post an update when the last time I posted an update, you jumped down my throat and up my ass at the same time? You didn't believe a word I had to say and talked the whole time. Like, hello? The original plan for rehab has changed so many times. She was originally supposed to go Monday, that following Monday after we got out of the 302 hold. That moved to the following Wednesday, which was just Wednesday of this week. That changed to Friday, and then today, and then yesterday I found out that today wasn't a thing. If I was taking her today, I would have had to pick her up at like 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and that wasn't a thing. That didn't happen. I don't know why she's saying she's going today 11, or how she's going, or the last I heard, she said she was going Monday, and she was going to be taking a Greyhound because I can't take her. But that's as much as I know. So I don't know what she's doing today, but I can tell you what I'm doing today, or what I'm not doing today. And I'm not driving her anywhere, not taking her anything. And I'm certainly not going to apologize for something that I didn't do. So this commenter here who says that I need to apologize because Lisa never had any plans to go Friday. We did have plans to go today. What happened to those plans exactly? I don't know. And I don't think any of us will ever know. I don't know if it was just another one of her little Delulu situations, not sure. And that I'm sorry that she was using my name to send money. I don't know why anybody would believe that. I have been screaming on this app for years not to send her money. People have asked me if they could send me money directly, and I have said no. So why would you send money to her? If you were dumb enough to send her money for whatever reason, that's your own stupid fault. I have been saying over and over and over and over and over and over, do not send her money. You can't blame me now. I've been consistent. I have stayed true to me the whole time. So if she's been on here, I found out this morning that, like, literally at like 10 o'clock this morning, that she was on this morning saying that I was late picking her up. No, I wasn't. So if you want to believe her, go believe her. I don't know. But again, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. Because if I post an update, I'm looking for attention and I'm clout chasing. If I don't post an update, then I'm withholding information and people are being scammed because of me. And now I owe everybody an apology. And I have to go on an apology world tour. For what though? I'm not doing any of this. I offered to drive her to treatment. And I stand by that. I would have taken her. But for whatever reason, our bed isn't ready and our insurance is this and I don't have this and I had everything together. I packed this, brought a bag. I do not know what more you people want from me. I cannot hog tie her, throw her in a hole and get her off of your internet. I can't do it. Reset your algorithm, block the bitch and move on with your life. I can't help. I don't know what you want me to do. I genuinely don't. So I don't know. Christy, I hope this makes you feel better. I'm not real sure, babe. I don't know. But I hope you have a good day.
Despite having an amazing support system in the form of her family, Lisa's refusal to get help is nothing but outrageous. Most of her family members, including her sisters and her father, have tried to help her out and faced backlash in the process. We should not forget that Lisa is an adult who is responsible for her own actions at the end of the day. People can offer to help her, but they ultimately cannot force her to do anything she does not want to do. After this incident, Lisa's sister Jess also backed out from the scene, deleted all videos related to her sister, and refused to get further involved. She tried her best to help her sister, but after a while it became evident to her that Lisa's self-destructive choices were beyond anyone's control. Lisa is currently living with her father, smoking whatever she wants and doing live sessions almost daily on TikTok. She still tells elaborate lies to scam her viewers, threatens anyone who tries to show her a place, and shows zero remorse over her actions. The people who still continue to send her funds, despite realizing her self-destructive behavior, are equally responsible for her detrimental actions. While some still enable her behavior by sending donations, many have begun to see through her web of deceit. At this point, Lisa's downfall is entirely of her own making. Until she takes responsibility for her actions and truly seeks help, she'll remain trapped in the same toxic cycle, one where dishonesty, addiction, and manipulation define her entire existence. In the end, we urge you to educate your loved ones about Lisa Richard, as she continues to use social media to prey on new victims every day. Spread awareness by sharing posts about her, so that those who are still unaware of her deceit can think twice before believing her stories and sending her money. In today's digital age, it's become easier than ever to fall victim to individuals like Lisa, who rely on emotional manipulation, elaborate lies, and fabricated sob stories to take advantage of unsuspecting viewers. Staying informed and vigilant is the best way to prevent scammers like her from profiting off people's kindness. Tell us what you think about Lisa Richard and her infuriating story in the comments section below. Do you think Lisa will ever get back on the right track? Or do you believe she's a lost cause? If we missed out on any details from her story, feel free to let us know. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel.
Probably want it deleted if they did get, a search warrant for your phone.
Domestic violence and affirm that this information is correct.
Welcome, internet detectives, to a story so twisted, so unhinged, it could only be born in the lawless wilds of TikTok. This is the tale of Cali the Flower Girl. Lily to her legion of followers, a name that's become synonymous with chaos, deception, and a level of online infamy that's earned her a permanent spot in the TikTok Hall of Fame. Over the past 8 months, she's gone from a quirky cleaning video creator to a digital pariah, accused of swindling tens of thousands of dollars from her trusting fans, all while entangled in a relationship so toxic it's practically a psychological thriller. And trust me, you're not ready for what's coming. A girl with 500,000 followers, a messy apartment, and a knack for oversharing that'd make grandma blush. On the surface, Lily's TikTok is all chaotic charm. Grocery hauls, gum wrappers scattered with confetti, a life that screams relatable train wreck. But beneath that curated mess, a labyrinth of lies, scams, and a shadowy figure pulling strings, or so the internet believes. This isn't just a story about a TikTok star gone rogue, it's a descent into a digital rabbit hole where nothing is as it seems, and everyone's got an opinion louder than the last. It all started innocently enough. About a year ago, Lily was just another face in the algorithm, charming her way to viral fame with videos of her trashing her place and cleaning it up again. But then the cracks appeared. Whispers of GoFundMe's gone wrong started swirling. Thousands of dollars raised for cars, homes, even a dying dog, only for the money to vanish into thin air, leaving donors furious and the internet buzzing. Was it all a masterminded grift? Or was she a pawn in someone else's game? Then comes Preston, her boyfriend, her so-called social media manager, and the man who's got the internet clutching pitchforks. He's older, he's got a past that'd make your skin crawl, and he's allegedly the architect of this whole circus. Together they've turned Lily's TikTok into a battleground of sympathy and skepticism, a saga for the ages.
Other people have come out and claimed nothing. Other people have come out and said that they are victims of...
But it gets darker. After the house fire that left her family homeless, their real tears, real tragedy was followed by yet another fundraiser that spiraled into accusations of theft so bold, even her own parents turned against her. Then a dog, a poor pup with an upset stomach, whose death became a cash grab. And then there's the domestic drama. Hotel lobbies, police calls, a hospital live stream claiming assault, only for it all to unravel as a potential lie. Was it abuse? Was it staged? The internet split down the middle. Lily's not just a scammer, though, or so her defenders cry. She's a victim, they say, groomed and manipulated by a predator who's been at this game for longer than she has. Preston's shadow looms large, whispering in live streams, controlling her moves, allegedly pocketing cash while she takes the fall. But Lily's no saint either. She's lied, she's begged, she's played this sympathy card so hard it's worn thin. Fake pregnancy tests, cryptic apologies, a life that flips between tragic and trollish. She's a walking paradox, and the internet can't look away. This isn't your typical influencer expose. This is an odyssey of raw, unfiltered madness, pieced together from TikTok clips, Reddit threads, and a collective outrage of a betrayed audience. As of March 2025, Lily's still out there, still posting, still stirring the pot, and we're diving head first to figure out what the hell's going on. Is she a mastermind? A puppet? A mentally ill kid caught in a nightmare? We've got the receipts, screenshots, videos, first-hand accounts, and we're laying it all bare. Get ready to be shocked as we delve into the unbelievable story of Cali the Flower Girl, the TikTok star who rose to fame through scams and deception. Starting from the very beginning, we'll explore how a 16-year-old girl's encounter with a 21-year-old on Snapchat transformed into a multi-million view empire and ultimately led to its downfall amidst a storm of controversy. This is a tale of manipulation, deceit, and the dark side of social media. Before the scams, before the screams, before the internet turned her into a punching bag and a puzzle, Cali the Flower Girl, Lily, was just another TikTok hopeful, a teenage girl with a messy apartment and a dream. 8 months ago, she was nobody special, just a chaotic speck in the algorithm's infinite scroll. But something about her clicked. Maybe it was the rawness, the unpolished edge of her videos, or maybe it was the train wreck appeal that kept eyes glued to their screens. Whatever it was, Lily's rise was fast, feral, and looking back, foreshadowed by a darkness that would soon consume her entire online existence. Let's rewind to late 2024. Lily's TikTok was a shrine to controlled chaos. She'd post videos where she's sorting groceries with a whirlwind of energy as she slammed canned goods onto a counter, mustering about her love for the word groceries while chewing gum like it was her last meal. Her apartment was a disaster zone, half-eaten apples rotting on the floor, gum wrappers littering every surface, a vibe that screamed, "I'm a mess and I'm proud of it."
Clean my messy ass apartment. I destroy it every night. I don't mean to, but I've been in an episode for a while, which hopefully explains the half-eaten apples, if even that, and all of the gum wrappers. I went through 35 pieces of gum yesterday, an entire huge pack, as you can see. All myself ran in a week. Dramamine. Yeah, shit's difficult right now. Metaphobia's got me in a chokehold, but fuck it. Anyways, my cat does end up in jail in this video, and I'm sorry about that. She was beating up the Altoids that fell on the floor while I was trying to sleep, and she knocked some stuff off the fridge, so I put her in timeout. Sorry about that. I put the cans in the sink this time, I'm sorry. I did it.
She'd trash the place nightly, then film herself cleaning it up later, all with this manic charisma that hooked viewers. "Clean My Messy Ass Apartment," she'd titled them, admitting to episodes that left her spiraling. 35 pieces of gum in a day? Sure, a prehistoric heating system and roach droppings in the pantry? Why not? It was unhinged, it was relatable, and it worked. Within months, she'd racked up 500,000 followers, a loyal army eating up her every move. But every villain needs a catalyst, a spark to ignite the infamy. And for Lily, that spark had a name: Preston. Enter a man who'd become the internet's favorite villain, a 21-year-old with an anime girl profile pic and a Snapchat history that'd make your stomach turn. Their story starts in the murky depths of 2023, when Lily was just 16, a vulnerable kid oversharing her life online. Preston, 5 years her senior, slid into her DMs, a move that'd later raise every red flag in the book. Snapchat, that cesspool of fleeting secrets, was their playground. What started as messages morphed into something far uglier, a power dynamic that had defined Lily's descent. By the time she turned 18, Preston wasn't just her boyfriend, he was her social media manager, a puppet master whispering in her ear, steering her TikTok empire toward chaos. The internet didn't notice Preston at first. Lily's fans were too busy vibing with her cleaning rants, her quirky oversharing, her cries for attention that felt raw and real. But then the cracks started showing. Old allegations surfaced like ghosts from Preston's past. Screenshots, blurry and damning, began circulating on Reddit and X. Messages from Preston to girls as young as 15, a pattern of predatory behavior stretching back years. Victims, plural, came forward, some with photos proving they'd been close to him, others with tales of manipulation that chilled the spine. His profile pic, always that same creepy anime girl, a digital mask for a man the internet would soon dub a piece of. Lily wasn't his first target, they claimed, just his most successful one. And Lily was aware of all this. By 2024, as her fame swelled, so did the whispers about Preston's shadow over her account. She didn't hide him, not entirely. She even made a song about him, a bizarre overshared anthem that's since been scrubbed from TikTok but lives on in infamy. Fetish and a 17-year-old went really close for less, she crooned. Lyrics that'd make you cringe and question everything. Was it a cry for help? A troll? A love letter to her manipulator? No one could agree, but it was the first sign that Lily's TikTok wasn't just chaos, it was a stage, and Preston was directing the show.
A 22-year-old with a foot fetish, and I'm a 17-year-old who went really manic. I bought a ton of clothes from Ross just for less. I made him drop all his toes. I was the youngest, yeah, he never dated.
The real tipping point came when Lily turned 18, and Preston's influence went from subtle to suffocating. That's when the money started flowing and vanishing. 2 GoFundMes popped up, one to help Lily move out, another to buy her a car. The internet, ever eager to save a damsel in distress, poured in $21,000. Cash meant to liberate her from a troubled home life she'd hinted at in earlier posts. But 95% of that money didn't go to Lily. It went to Preston. The car, it's titled in his name. Donors expecting to fund her freedom watched in horror as the couple jetted off on a lavish holiday, blowing through cash like it was confetti. Lily later claimed she only saw $3,000 of it, that Preston controlled the rest. But the damage was done. Even after she explained that she thought she was too young to open a bank account and Preston said he could help, that's why he linked his account to the GoFundMe. So slimy. Her audience already turned. Scammer started trending alongside her name.
I'm gonna start. Fuck, it feels so weird talking to a camera. God. I guess I'm gonna start off by saying I didn't think that I could make my own bank account. And you know who wanted to help me set up a GoFundMe? So he linked it to his bank account. So every donation that I got went straight to him in his bank account.
This was no one-off event. It was the blueprint for what had become Lily's legacy. Tragedy, sympathy, cash, betrayal, rinse and repeat. She'd sob into the camera begging for help, only for the funds to slip through her fingers, or Preston's, leaving fans furious and forums ablaze. Was she complicit? Brainwashed? Too young to know better? The debates raged, but one thing was clear. Lily wasn't just a victim anymore. She was a player in a game she couldn't or wouldn't escape. A leaked audio clip revealed a disturbing conversation between Lily and Preston. In the clip, a visibly shaken Lily cautioned Preston about incriminating material that he'd want to delete if a search warrant was issued. She explicitly mentioned videos and pictures taken when she was 17, implying child pornography. Despite the severity of the situation, Preston seemed unconcerned, dismissing her worries. Lily's decision to livestream the conversation fueled speculation online. Many questioned if the call was evidence of grooming or a crime. Others wondered about Lily's motive for sharing such sensitive information publicly. If she was really worried about Preston, the call should have been happening with us knowing. But she lets us know that she has videos and other materials with him that would be deemed illegal as she was a minor. And while this intensified the hate for Preston, it also raised more questions about Lily.
Except there's a little bit. Except there is a little bit.
And you think nobody gives a fuck?
Sure, nobody gives a fuck, but there are some things that you would probably want to delete if they did get, you know, a search warrant for your phone. Sorry, the dog in the room. I think he's itchy.
This was the moment Cali stopped being a quirky TikTok star and became a full-blown figure of fascination, disgust, and endless speculation. Preston's past, Lily's pleas, the missing money, it was a perfect storm, and we were all caught in it. But this was just the beginning. They would come to see that the scams got bolder, the drama darker, the lies wilder. The truth remains elusive. Is Lily a manipulative fraud, secretly reveling in her deception? A vulnerable child exploited by a predator? Or perhaps something more nuanced, too unpredictable to define? The search for answers continues. The second Cali the Flower Girl crossed the age of consent, the game changed. What started as quirky cleaning videos and overshared chaos morphed into something uglier, a grift so blatant it'd leave the internet reeling. This is where Lily's degenerate crown starts to take shape, forged in the fires of betrayal, sympathy scams, and a boyfriend who'd turn her desperation into dollars. By mid-2024, Lily had amassed 500,000 TikTok followers, drawn to her unpolished charm, yet rumors were swirling about Preston's controlling influence. Lily had gone from an average teen to an internet sensation, but fame wasn't enough. And neither, it seemed, was integrity. 2 GoFundMe campaigns would set the stage for her notoriety, pitching a straightforward, tragic story designed to evoke sympathy. One fundraiser promised to help Lily move out of a troubled home she'd alluded to in tearful posts, while the other was to buy her a car, a symbol of independence for a girl who seemed stuck. Her ever-supportive fans donated a total of $21,000, believing they were helping her escape a difficult situation. However, the story took a dark turn as 95% of the $21,000 went directly into Preston's bank account. Donors thought they were funding her freedom. Instead, they financed a luxurious vacation for the couple. Lily claimed she only received $3,000 of the total amount raised, offering stammering excuses on TikTok. "I didn't think I could make my own bank account," she'd say, wide-eyed and frantic. Preston linked it to his, so every donation went to him. She'd glance at the GoFundMe totals like a child caught cheating, admitting she had no idea where the rest of the money went. It was like a year's salary, she'd mutter. A ton of money. We blew $18,000 in a month.
Money I had, other than whenever I'd look at the GoFundMe and actually look at the screen and see what was on there.
But other than that, I didn't know what was on, like how much money I really had. Nor can I like really grasp how much money that was. That was like a year's worth of salary. It was like someone's salary. Like that was a shit ton of money. But to sum it up and be a little, I'm gonna say this got mad at his dad, so he came to Tennessee. Of course, whenever he came, I was 17, he was 22. Of course, whenever he came, I wanted to see him for longer. He was booking places for $600 a week. I never booked a single place, but I also never had access to my money. And I am not trying to take away accountability in this situation, because I know I should be held accountable, and I am more sorry than anything to everyone and anyone who felt like they had to donate to me.
Ignorance about the required donations were met with skepticism. The inconsistencies in her story raised questions. Why had she given Preston control of the funds? Why hadn't she monitored the donations? And most importantly, why was she publicly live streaming her apologies if she was complicit in the scam? The situation presented a perplexing contradiction. Was Lily a victim or a villain? A pawn or a profiteer? The public was divided, but one thing was certain: everyone was captivated by the unfolding drama. Preston, of course, was the ghost in the machine. His fingerprints were all over this, literally. If you count the bank transfers, blurry shots of the two lounging in Tennessee, $600 a week rentals eating up cash Lily swore she never touched. He got mad at his dad, so he came to me, she'd say, painting him as the impulsive mastermind. Her fans split down the middle. Some saw a groomed teen, too naive to fight back. Others saw a willing accomplice, cashing in on crocodile tears. Preston's brother even got involved. A leaked phone call where he confronts him. You spent $21,000. Now she's got $3,000? What'd you do with her?
Me about blocking her, right? There's a couple months ago. How, you lied to me, right?
I mean, probably. We both did. It's not just me.
What? I just don't understand, like, why you feel the need to have to talk to a 17-year-old girl, Preston. I read the whole Reddit thread. Apparently you guys went on a vacation and she had like $21,000 on her card, and now she has $3,000. I basically need you to tell me, what have you done with this girl? Have you had sex with this girl?
No.
Is that a lie?
I'm not going to explain any information that does not need to be said, over the phone call, because it is my life, and,
Preston, you realize that's illegal. That's a felony, right? You realize there's people trying to get police involved on Reddit and all this stuff?
I know you know what's going on. It's been going on for months.
Why do you keep involving yourself in this, Preston? It's not okay. You're grooming this girl that is in a poor situation.
The authenticity of the phone call, which ended with a defiant "It's my life" from Preston, was uncertain. It was unclear if the caller was truly his brother, but their familiarity during the heated conversation suggested a rather close relationship. This lack of accountability was a recurring pattern for Preston. In response, Lily intensified her content creation, subtly incorporating requests for financial assistance into her cleaning videos. Preston's demands for her to blast the GoFundMe were often captured in the background noise. "If I didn't, he'd get mad," Lily would later confess, her voice trembling with fear and exhaustion. "He'd say I wasn't doing enough." The internet lapped it up, a twisted spectacle that garnered a mix of pity and mockery. Her TikToks became a bizarre form of performance art, a cycle of chaos, sympathy, and cash.
A bunch of people think that I've manipulated others out of money. I hope you know that the only time that I mentioned my GoFundMe, and every single time that I mentioned my GoFundMe, not to make him look bad, although the only times that I ever mentioned my GoFundMe was whenever I was being told to blast that. In every cleaning video, I was being told, hey, make a cleaning video today, and on that cleaning video, you have to talk about the GoFundMe. You have to talk about the GoFundMe, and if you don't talk about the GoFundMe, then this is going to happen. Nobody's going to see your GoFundMe. You're not going to get anything. Oh, and another thing about the GoFundMe, if I wasn't making enough money on the GoFundMe, he'd get mad at me. He'd be like, you're not doing a good enough job making another cleaning video and blast the GoFundMe, and I'd be like, I'd be mad as shit. I'm like, bro, why do you only give a...
Meanwhile, Preston remained hidden. his online presence masked by an anime avatar, a digital grin that concealed his manipulation. He reveled in the attention while Lily bore the brunt of the criticism. The online community was captivated, their morbid curiosity fueling the drama. The line between reality and performance blurred, leaving viewers to question the authenticity of their relationship and the extent of Preston's control. Then came the dead dog scam, because of course it did. Lily posted about her family dog Rambo, sick from eating dead mice. She took him to the vet, begged for donations, and raked in cash. But Rambo was euthanized shortly after. But the GoFundMe stayed up, collecting funds for a corpse. She claims to have posted an update the day he died, but TikTok lagged behind her Instagram pleas, leaving donors in the dark.
I'm sorry. And for the dog, so back when that was happening, he was put down, and your post asking for donations for him was kept up for a long time.
Oh,
so what happened to those donations after he was already put down?
after he was put down?
Yeah, and you kept getting donations because the post stayed up.
I think that's just in my savings now. I hope y'all know that I wasn't donated that money before. I wasn't donated that money before he was put down. I was donated that
You
money.
also donated money before because you had that post up before and after.
You said people donated after.
Both.
A lot of the donations were, I posted an update after he was put down because I couldn't afford the thousands and thousands of dollars it was going to cost to save his life. Because it would have cost thousands of dollars to save his life.
You had $3,000 at the time, though.
I did, and it would have costed more than that because it was $1,000 a night at the vet.
And then you also got donations and continued to get them after he was put down because you didn't tell them until way later that he was put down.
I told them right whenever he was being put down. I posted it the same day.
I remember you posting that.
I posted it the same day. I posted it minutes after. I was saying that I didn't know what to do. I didn't tell, and I wasn't like there, and I was like, oh my God, donate to me. I was saying I don't know what to do or how I'm gonna be able to afford it. From my memory, I wasn't asking for donations. People sent the donations. I said I don't know how I'll be able to afford it. This is all I have left.
In the video, Lily says that the donations she had at the time of reaching the vet was not enough to cover all the costs required to keep the dog alive, and that after it was put down, she made a post on Instagram, totally confused, saying that she didn't know what to do. The argument raised by her fans calling her out is that she left the donation post up even after the dog was already dead, raking in even more donations, the money that she says is now in her savings. Lily also apologized later in the video to everyone that donated after the dog was already put down. The truth became even more elusive when her mom's leaked text surfaced, saying that Lily seemed much better during the burial and that it felt more like a party than it did a funeral for the beloved dog Rambo, also claiming to have gotten more than enough money for a surgery that never took place. She also adds that the doctors said it was very unlikely that the dog survived the surgery due to its emaciated state. Was it true? Was it a lie? Is this woman really her mom? We don't know for sure. The lines blurred even further, making it impossible to determine if she was a scammer or simply a grieving child, because everyone grieves differently. Although it was later confirmed by Lily herself that the woman was, in fact, her mom. The confirmation came from the lyrics to one of her unpopular songs, where she said that she confided in her mother and she blasted it all online.
Cali, you're a scammer after my house burned down. They said Cali's doing drugs when I was homeless and manic as hell. Fuck you. I would the internet if my diddle didn't burn in a fire. And now I would tell my story to the world if everybody didn't call me a liar. And when I went live, everything was true. I just can't tell you now. Because when I met a stripper, they put a little zipper on my mouth. And then my Uber driver told me to calm the down. And when I went to work, they recorded my ass. So I just quit my job. And when I texted my mama, she posted the screenshot. So I never text her back.
The betrayal cut deeper with every dollar. Fans who'd once adored her quirky rants now saw a con artist, or a puppet too broken to resist. Preston's absence from this scam only fueled theories. Was he lurking, directing from afar, Or had Lily learned the grift herself? But we quickly come to find out that this was just the warm-up. The GoFundMes were a spark. What came next was an inferno, literally and figuratively. A house fire, a family divided, a fake pregnancy, each scam bolder, each betrayal sharper. Lily's world was unraveling, and Preston's grip was tightening. If you thought the GoFundMe grift and the dead dog scam were peak Cali the Flower Girl chaos, brace yourself, because this is where the crown gets forged in fire. Late 2024, it brought a tragedy so raw, it could have been Lily's redemption, but her family home burned to the ground, an electrical fire reducing her past to ash. But this is Lily we're talking about, a girl who turns tears into cash and trust into betrayal. The ensuing chaos wasn't a rebirth, it was a $60,000 scam-fueled disaster that ignited family conflict and severed parental ties.
Oh my god. It's not funny. I'm not supposed to do this, but I still want to go to my bedroom. I got off work and I went home. Beautiful. Dystopian, dude. Why do I have packages here? It's the pillagers that held up the roof. Wait, that was my tablet.
Sometime in January this year, Lily shared a heartbreaking video of her childhood home after it was destroyed in an electrical fire. The footage, quite shaky and tearful, showed the extent of the damage, with Lily providing a tour of the charred remains of the rooms that once held so many dear memories for her. The raw emotion and devastation captured in the video resonated with viewers, who watched in shock as Lily's life was turned upside down. But despite the tragedy, Lily continues to share her story, and she amassed a large following on social media while doing so. Quickly, a GoFundMe was established, and Lily claimed that all proceeds would go to her father, the homeowner who was left with nothing but smoke and debt. The plea for help to help my family rebuild after this nightmare was met with tens of thousands of dollars in donations, as high as $60,000, although the exact amount is unknown due to the many deleted pages and unclear screenshots. But her fans, still reeling from her previous controversies, saw this as an opportunity to truly save her. However, given Lily's recent history, this goodwill seemed to be misplaced every time. It was soon revealed that said money didn't reach her dad. It went to Lily, or so the story goes, and what happened next turned a tragedy into a battlefield. The first red flag? Her parents' response. Lily's dad and his girlfriend didn't just sit quietly. They started their own GoFundMe, a separate cry for help, signaling a bombshell narrative that Kai was not trusted with the funds. Withdrawals, they claimed, were inconsistent, trickling in sporadically or not at all. Lily's own flesh and blood called her out, painting her as a thief in the ashes of their home. And in a flash, TikTok imploded, with more people turning against Lily, some going as far as calling her out to be reported to the authorities. Lily fought back in the way that she could by posting cryptic defenses. "The money's going to my dad, I'm just holding it," she insisted. She adds that everybody that requested refunds have been refunded anyway, but the refund claim was a lie, or at best a half-truth. Some donors claimed they never got a dime, despite Lily's assurances. She admits in one of her now deleted videos that her father still doesn't know he's not getting a home, but the internet didn't care. Her credibility was ash already, just like the house. You're probably wondering where Preston was the whole time. Well, he's still lurking, as always. Lily hinted at his presence on a live stream that she was still technically with him, while dodging questions about his role in her life. Worries swirled among the public, especially those that donated. They wondered if he siphoned the funds like he did with the car scam. Was he whispering in her ear again, turning tragedy into profit? No hard proof pinned him here, but his shadow loomed large. Fans pointed to her previous cleaning videos, where his off-screen demands echoed, asking her to blast the GoFundMe, and she'd obey. The house fire cash could have been his latest heist, or maybe Lily had graduated from pawn to player. But once again, we cannot exactly tell what happened with both of them. The family fallout cut deeper than the flames. Lily's mom, a figure as unhinged as her daughter, leaked text to Reddit, spilling private grief for the world to gawk at. She wrote that Lily sang songs on her new guitar while the dog was buried, adding that Lily shrugged off Rambo's death with cash in hand. True or exaggerated? Who knows? But the oversharing was generational, a twisted legacy of airing dirty laundry. After the house burnt down, her mom kept up with posting spats with Lily to a subreddit dedicated to her downfall. In an effort to paint her as callous, rebellious, and untrustworthy amid the tussle of GoFundMe accounts, the audience lapped it up, some saying if her own mom hates her, maybe she was the problem. But no one asked why a parent would blast this kind of negative info about their child to hundreds of thousands of strangers on the internet. Lily's TikToks from this era felt like a fever dream. Half of the time she was apologizing. The other half, she's in defiance. She said that she didn't trust Preston, yet she stayed. She claims to be stranded with no vehicles, no family, and no shelter, begging for cash for Airbnb while admitting to having savings from past GoFundMe scams that were currently inaccessible to her. But then her fans and audience are skeptical about trusting her this time, and there is a cloud of doubt around them. Some say that she has money already, she just wants more, while others saw a broken girl that was too lost to escape. The house fire wasn't a scam, it was a fracture. Family against family, fans against Lily, reality against her endless lies. And now still no evidence proves she kept it all. The $60,000 figure floats in Reddit communities, backed by rage, not receipts. Her still active Cash Apps and Venmo accounts linked to her bio fueled suspicion, so they wondered, if she's not scamming, why is she still begging? But hard proof for any of these suspicions are elusive. Fans struggle to believe her now, in what seems like an actual dire request for help because of her worrisome past. $21,000 vanished, a dog's death monetized. These events cast a shadow too dark to ignore. It's the typical story of the boy who cried wolf, and internet logic assumes one is guilty until proven otherwise. And Lily's proof was ashes, literally. Still, this inferno wasn't the end, it was a midpoint. The fire exposed her, broke her family, and fed the internet's obsession. But the spiral had more to give. Domestic violence claims, a fake pregnancy, a life teetering on collapse. It seemed like Preston was tightening his grip, or was Lily actually clawing her own downfall? The house fire was a major turning point, but subsequent events transformed Cali the flower girl into a target of intense anger and disbelief. By 2025, Lily's TikTok was no longer just a platform for cleanup content and scams. It had become a battleground for accusations so shocking that they divided her audience. This is where the narrative takes a dark turn, and the truth becomes obscured by a number of conflicting accounts. It started with a literal bang. In January 2025, Lily and Preston's tumultuous relationship reached a boiling point, leading to a chaotic incident in a hotel lobby. The hotel's staff were forced to call the police due to the couple's loud argument, which was disturbing other guests. Following the incident, Lily took to social media, live streaming her distress and pleading with her followers for financial assistance via Venmo. She claimed that her savings were inaccessible until Monday, and that she needed money to escape the situation and retrieve her cat Twinkle, which she alleged Preston was holding hostage. This public plea left her online followers wondering if this would be the catalyst for Lily to finally end the relationship.
Cause when you live in New York, you cannot come and get me. And I can't go to New York with my family having their issues right now. How much do I need? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm sorry, Twinkle. It's gonna hurt, man. Don't you have 9K? Yeah, my savings in an account that's locked, and I need to go and get unlocked. But I can't do that till Monday because, banks are closed, and I tried to fix that today. That's what I've been trying to do, so that I can afford rent, so that I can live somewhere. That's what I'm trying to do. But I can't do that because...
After this video of her asking for help with cash to get an apartment for the night, her followers started thinking that this might be it. This might be the moment that she finally leaves Preston. Spoiler, she didn't. Preston handed over the cat and her stuff, but the drama didn't end there. Lily fled the hotel, posted a photo of an injured hand, bruised and swollen, a silent suggestion of abuse. Then came the hospital live stream where she dropped a bombshell that'd ignite TikTok. He's going to jail for domestic violence, she told viewers, as a police officer loomed nearby. Simple assault. He's talking to the judge. The cop confirmed it. The state of Tennessee is pressing charges and offered her resources including victim coalitions, counseling, and a lifeline out of hell. Lily signed a form, but checked no to pressing charges herself and sobbed, "I don't want him to get hurt. Classic Stockholm Syndrome, the internet cried. Or was it?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just not willing to do that?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not for everything.
All right, it says, I am a victim of domestic violence and affirm that this information is correct. Let's see where that is at. What's the instructions? Entries, yes. Possible minor loss to victim was. I intend to press charges or to prosecute. I'm going to check no, okay? Because no is what you said. What is today's date?
31st.
1/31/25. Okay. I check no. I need your signature and then print your name legibly there. Or I mean signature here, print it legibly here, okay?
Yeah, I just don't want to be. I just don't want to call myself a victim. You know what I mean?
Well, it's look. It's not being a victim or an offender is not what the point is. The point is that you are living a lifestyle that is hard.
I know.
Not easy. It's hard. It's hard on you. It's hurting you. Okay? And sometimes people get in this rut with other people in their life that they care about and they can't hardly get out of it. Okay? And you need to be able to get out of it. Okay? So that doesn't make you a victim. You're not pulling, like some people call it, the victim card. Okay? You're not doing that. All right? When I walked in here, did you start telling me, oh, he twisted my hand, he hurt me, he done this? You didn't say none of that, did you? No, I seen that. Okay? And the rest of the world can see whenever you're struggling and being hurt as well. Okay? You're just going to have to step back and realize that we can see it. We just want you to be able to do something to get help for yourself, okay?
The plot twisted fast. Preston ended up not going to jail. None of the charges stuck. And some days later, Lily spilled the tea as to why it unfolded so, saying, the crime happened in Arkansas, not Tennessee. They wanted me to report it there.
Nobody bailed him out. He never got arrested because the crime didn't happen in Tennessee, where the hospital was. The crime happened in Arkansas. And they wanted me to make a report in Arkansas. Did I fuck up?
Lily's fans reacted strongly to the hospital video, some enraged and others sympathizing with her apparent fear and injury. Despite her visible distress and injured hand, Lily refused help from her fans and drove her scooter back to Preston. Staying in an Airbnb, she claimed she was no longer with her alleged abuser, but background car horns in a video suggested otherwise. This led to online speculation about whether she was a victim of abuse or if the situation was staged for sympathy.
No, I'm not with them anymore. So I'm all alone in Memphis. No car, no house.
It's also worth noting that after the fire, Lily had a brief redemption arc where she finally decides to go get an actual job as a cleaner. The arrangement was allegedly put together by some of her followers, and the job included a provision for a place for her to stay, but the terms was that Preston would be left out of all of this. Her boss allegedly dropped a bombshell comment on her live saying, I offered her an apartment, furnished it, everything. She Ubered to me, then left with him. Now, is this true? Maybe. There's no definitive proof it's really her boss. For all we know, it could be a TikTok rando with a grudge. But it fit the pattern of her past behaviors. Lily running, then returning, cash flowing in between, all too familiar. And there is evidence, thanks to the TikTok detectives, of Preston being around her at the apartment provided by her boss. In the previous clip, if you listen carefully, you would hear a car chime in the background, and that matched the car that Preston had. She begged for Uber money after the hospital trip. Despite that $9,000 savings claim, fans donated, she declined rides, and decided to take a scooter ride back to Preston, sealing the skepticism. They now assume that she's got plenty of money in the bank, since she's allegedly made over $60,000 in donations. The live streams from this period show Lily's conflicting emotions of defiance and despair. She would say things like, I need help, but I'm not asking, and block anyone who doubted her. She would also post TikTok videos that ranged from reposting abusive boyfriend POVs to eerily calm videos with Preston lurking in the background. One video from mid-2025 clearly shows Preston, even though Lily had said that they had broken up. Lily played it off, saying they were technically together.
Preston is very clearly right there. And then here's the video itself slowed down where Preston is soon to him. There he is, peekaboo. By the way, I was so caught up by that genuine moment of...
The police were called to their new apartment multiple times. In one leaked video, an officer tells them to stop whatever they're doing on TikTok because the police keep getting called there. Lily is slurring, and Preston admits she had been drinking. The officer then checks her arms for bruises but doesn't find any. In another video a few weeks later, Lily says Preston tried to suffocate her and she ran away. Preston isn't in the video, but Lily's fear seems real. People online were divided in their opinions. Some pointed to videos where Lily mocks Preston and said she wasn't really scared. Others focused on the age gap and power imbalance between them. There was no arrest after Lily's suffocation claim. Because of Lily's history of lying, people didn't believe her. She had lied about being pregnant and getting refunds. Some people accused her of romanticizing the situation, and she laughed off a rash she said was from stress. Preston's role remains unclear. Was he the abuser who hurt Lily in the hotel? Was he the mastermind behind the whole situation? Or simply a creepy bystander? Lily's plea to not hurt him raises questions about whether it was motivated by loyalty or fear. His past comments add to this suspicion, but the violence in this instance seemed personal and unscripted, until it didn't. The scooter ride back, the boss rant, and the casual return to chaos all seemed staged, a desperate attempt for attention. Now it is a confusing mix of truth and lies. The police found enough evidence to file a report, but nothing came of it. Lily's tears and bruises seemed real, but her actions suggested a scam. Her fan base was divided. Some believed she was lying, others believed she was trapped. No one knew for sure. Her fans decreased, her haters increased, and the pressure intensified. By March 2025, Cali the Flower Girl's TikTok was in ruins due to scams, controversies, and accusations of violence. Lily, however, wasn't finished yet. She had one last trick up her sleeve, and it began with a shocking revelation. Lily broadcast a live stream, clutching a pregnancy test as if it were a sacred object. 2 lines, she murmured, her voice quivering from shock, fear, or superb acting. I'm pregnant. The chat erupted. All 500,000 followers, some devoted, some doubtful, all captivated. She had been with Preston intermittently, she insisted. Despite the hotel turmoil, the police involvement, the I'm done tirades. Now this? A baby connected to a man the internet loathed. A creep with a history of accusations longer than a CVS receipt. She says that he doesn't know about it yet, and then proceeds to solicit for funds to support her and her incoming newborn child. Fans bought it for a second anyway, and donations almost already started pouring in, as if she did not quickly debunk the pregnancy claims, saying that it was obviously a prank that she was playing on her followers, as she explains in another video.
And used it in the clip for, what, like 1 second? And the line was literally so scribbly you could tell it was fake. Like, that's the only reason why I just think that it's a little weird that people are upset. Somebody sent me baby clothes. Sorry. I'm not mad I got caught. I would not have carried that out. I wouldn't have been like, yeah, y'all, I'm pregnant. I'm pregger-liggered. No. But one thing I will say is that I don't think that y'all need to go this insane over it. I'm not pregnant. I'm on birth control. I'm sorry that you're offended. And I'm sorry that I did that because I know I should not have done that. I know I should not have done that. I just thought that it was funny. Because, you know, I'm a normal person who's lived... No, I'm not a normal person. But I've lived a life too. And it's probably been very different from yours. And, you know, we have different humors. And if I thought that it was funny to say, yeah, I'm pregnant, like all the girls did in my school, then I just don't get it. I mean, see, I can say that I'm sorry and whatever, but there's nobody, I'm sorry to say this, there's nobody who can make me understand why it was wrong other than the fact that some women can't get pregnant. I understand that I shouldn't make people think I'm pregnant, but people do pregnancy pranks all the time. And it was kind of like shock content. I didn't expect anyone to really see the 2 lines. I just thought it was like, it was just a little funny thing to put in my video and have people be like, oh my god, she just so casually showed that she had 2 lines on her pregnancy test. Like, that's what I thought that it was gonna be.
In the unraveling video a week later, Lily dropped the mask, admitting in a live stream that they all freaked out over nothing. The test was fake. She had just scribbled a second line on the test strip, she claims, but the damage was done. Donors who'd shelled out funds for her again were pissed. She lied again, while Reddit threads ballooned with receipts, claiming that her whole life was an act aimed as a cash grab. Preston's role in all this? A ghost as always. No proof that he orchestrated this. Lily took the fall solo, even though many suggested otherwise. She had sworn they'd split. I'm not with him, she claimed, yet TikTok caught them together post-prank, with his alleged voice faint in the background saying to tell him to chill. Was he the brains? Or had Lily learned the grift too well? The internet turned feral against Lily. She is a compulsive liar, X declared, memes of her test flooding feeds. Her subreddit hit thousands, in a mix of gawkers and vigilantes demanding justice. Donors begged GoFundMe for refunds. Some got them, most didn't. The manual process was a maze she'd exploited before. Lily's response was a half-baked apology, saying sorry that they thought she was pregnant. The backlash from fans who believed her fake tears was immense. She tried to use mental health as an excuse, but it was a weak defense against the angry mob. Her TikToks after the incident were chaotic and erratic. She would rant about haters, daring them to block her, and then immediately ask for money for an Airbnb, claiming she was stranded. This was despite the hints she had previously dropped about having $9,000 in savings and possibly even $60,000. Preston was always present, sometimes on screen, sometimes lurking in the background, while she alternated between defiance and desperation. She insisted she wasn't a scammer, but admitted she had made mistakes. The pregnancy prank was the final straw, turning fans against her and doubters into active opponents. The phrase morbid echo that tied Lily's scams together was a chilling reminder of the darkness that seemed to follow her. The fallout with her family had been severe, and her mother's accusations on Reddit only fueled the fire. Whether true or not, the claims painted Lily as a heartless grifter who was unfazed by the pain she caused. The image of her laughing while her family suffered was a powerful one, and it cemented the narrative of Lily as a villain. The fact that her father remained silent about the accusations only added to the mystery. The $60,000 in unaccounted-for house fire funds remained a gaping wound in the family's history, and it was clear that they were fractured beyond repair. Lily's reputation was taking a toll on her. Every lie, every dollar she had scammed, and every tear shed by her victims added to the weight of the crown she wore. By April 2025, the pressure had become too much. The empire that Lily had built on lies and deception was finally starting to crumble. The consequences of her actions were catching up with her, and the future looked uncertain. This was the tipping point. By April 2025, Lily's empire was crumbling. Followers dropped, haters soared, her TikTok a graveyard of deleted lies and defiant rants. Preston lingered. She's still technically with him, a bond the internet couldn't crack. Was she trapped? Complicit? Broken? The pregnancy prank didn't help, as her fans were now skeptical of every move, taking them with a pinch of salt. It exposed her, stripped her bare, left her for the ages. April 1st, 2025. Approximately 8 months after Cali the Flower Girl burst onto TikTok, Lily's empire is a smoldering wreck. Half ash, half defiance. The cleaning videos, the GoFundMes, the dead dog, the house fire, the violence, the fake baby. It's a trail of digital debris stretching from obscurity to infamy. She's still here, still posting, but the girl who once charmed 500,000 followers with gum wrappers and grit is a shadow of her former self. Lily's TikTok today is a ghost town with a pulse. She's down to a fraction of her peak, with somewhere around 200,000 followers, though the count's a moving target, aggressively bleeding fans daily. Her more recent posts includes cleaning rants, same as ever, sweeping a floor littered with roach droppings, gum wrappers back like a grim signature. I'm still here, she captions, voice hollow, a forced laugh cutting through the static. Preston's there too, sometimes a shadow, sometimes a voice. The apartment's a dump. No smoking ashtray overflowing, a prehistoric heater humming, proof the $60,000, the $21,000, the untold thousands never built her a better life. The money's the million-dollar question, literally. Reddit pegs her haul at over $100,000 across scams. $21,000 for the car, $60,000 from the fire, and an alleged $20,000 for the baby, plus Rambo's vet fund and endless Venmo drips. Hard proof of these claims are scarce. Deleted GoFundMes, murky Cash App logs, her own I blew it confessions, only to come back and say she's got savings. She also teased $9,000 was locked in her bank account after she switched banks, she claimed. Yet she's begging for Airbnb cash, Uber rides, cat food. Stranded, she cries, but the scooter rides back to Preston, the holiday splurges, the guitar from Rambo's grave, they all paint a different picture. Did she squander it? Did Preston pocket it? Or is it stashed as her nest egg for a rainy day? The internet's got no receipts, just rage and theories. Her fans, or what's left, cling to scraps. Some still defend her because she's a victim that was groomed at 16 and trapped by him. The age gap, Preston's creepy past, those leaked Snapchat screenshots. Girls as young as 15 keep that narrative alive. She's mentally ill, others, they argued, pointing to her episodes, her spiral from quirky to unhinged. The rest, they're done. Alleged that she was a compulsive liar, as X brands her. Memes of her fake test and refund lies flooding feeds. Her subreddit is a war zone with pity and scorn in equal measure. Preston's the wild card. He's still around. No jail time from the domestic violence claims. No charges sticking despite police visits. That hospital live stream where Lily claims that he's going to jail fizzled into a case of wrong state. Oops. His past still haunts him. Victims come out to tell their tales, but he's untouchable, a ghost in Lily's story. Is he the mastermind? Siphoning cash, scripting scams, or just a leech riding her chaos? Her family's a faded echo. Dad's silent, $60,000 unaccounted for. His home is still ash. Mom's Reddit rants have cooled, but the rift's permanent. Most recently, when a YouTube creator who goes by Danky Jabo posted his video about Lily a few days ago, a YouTube account that the internet has now come to know as Lily's mother responded to some questions that have remained unanswered. Firstly, in the case of her outing her daughter. Lily's alone now. No family, very few friends. Just Preston and a cat named Twinkle, the one constant in her storm. The legacy? Cali the Flower Girl's a cautionary tale. A TikTok Icarus who flew too close to the scam sun. She's the girl who turned oversharing into an art, then a weapon, then a noose. Cleaning videos birthed a grift empire resulting in $100,000 plus worth of loot. If the whispers hold, only to collapse under its own weight. Rambo's death, the house fire, the fake baby, each a brick in her monument, a testament to chaos monetized. Yet there's pathos here. Was she a kid ensnared at 16, molded by a predator into this mess? Her early TikToks, gum-chewing, messy charm, hint at innocence lost. Episodes, she'd confess, a mental health thread the internet half believes. Or was she always this? A grifter born, not made, laughing behind the tears. The haze blurs it all. Victim, villain, or a tragic mix, too broken to name. She's made mistakes, yes, but the scale? Tens of thousands of dollars. A family shattered by greed. It almost defies forgiveness. As of today, she's not gone. She's still posting, still begging, still spiraling. But the algorithm's cruel. Views dwindle. Haters drown her out. The internet watches. Less to save her, more to gawk. She's a relic now, a name whispered in scam lore, a warning to influencers and fans alike. Overshare at your peril, grift at your doom. So what's next? Will she fade? A TikTok ghost haunting dead links? Will Preston drag her deeper? Or will she finally run? Cali the Flower Girl saga ends not with a bang, but as a story too wild to forget. The character of this person, Tammy Hull, is distinct from many we've encountered in the past. However, she exhibits a common behavior of being easily triggered when trolls provoke her. Beyond her peculiar appearance, she has displayed the strangest behaviors online, also consistently expressing hatred toward the government, police, and anything related to the authority. Despite the limited information available in the public domain about Tammy, I'll bring you up to speed on everything you need to know about her. If you're excited about this and want to hear more about how she confronted the Jasper Police Department, went to war with her boyfriend, and her hatred toward her family, let's go through some of her videos to see what kind of person she is and how she interacts with her audience.
No. So we like to make a complete something this government needs to learn to do. Learn your facts. Tarts. Okay.
Let's start with some of the clips of her going after the police because she sees the police as an extension of the government.
This is to the Jasper County Sheriff's Department in Carthage, Missouri. I'm on my way, and you guys are in trouble, because that guy, Don Myers, is a liar. And I'm going to prove it, because you know what? I don't like anybody making a joke of me. I don't. And I sure don't appreciate making me look crazy, because I'm not. I am in some ways. Oh, I'm crazier than a loon. But in that, no, I'm not. And I'm very angry about it. And it's really pathetic that I've had to call, and I've called so many people. And I've got nothing done for nothing.
The background of how she was invited by the police by her ex-boyfriend named Don Myers, who reported her, will be clarified later in the video. She didn't share much detail regarding it. She was on her way to the police station and decided to update her viewers on what was going on. She didn't mention what she was being invited for in the video, but she vowed to prove that Don was a liar. This is one of the videos that made her popular. What made the video most peculiar were the scary facial expressions she made during the video.
I'm pissed. I don't know if they'll let me post this or not, but I'm on my way. I'm on my way, Jasper County. I'm on my way. And you're not going to arrest me, okay? Because I ain't done nothing. I can talk all I want. I was given a voice for a reason. If God didn't want me to talk, he would have made me a deaf mute. Ain't that right? She's wanting in the picture.
Just look at that face. I'll tell you for free, it looks terrible. That face would scare all the kids in the neighborhood. And hope she doesn't walk around with that face. Or at least wear a hood if she wants to keep that facial expression in public. And the emergence of her dog in the video only made it scarier.
My whole family think I was crazy and ignored me and bashed me and ignored me, tried to drive me crazy. You sexist. And no, I don't have to talk to you politely. You sexist. And Jasper County, I'm coming for you. Yeah. All legal like. Yeah, legal. Our government needs stopped.
She claimed that the police department made it look like she was crazy when they were giving her family a report of what she did wrong. I believe that her family already knew she was crazy, so she shouldn't have expected that the police would notice anything different. This wasn't the only time Tammy had called out Don Myers. In the next clip, she was having a mental breakdown because of him. She claimed that she did something bad to someone by throwing a handful of baking soda at them and promised to do the same to Don.
I'm coming for you, Don Myers, you fat You fat, parasite-ridden piece of I know it's you. I know it's you. You sack of dog. You know the reason Harley died? Because they threw the handful of baking soda on him, don't you? Yeah. That's her name. I'm gonna do the same to you. I'm gonna throw a handful of baking soda on you, you parasite-ridden mother. Throw a handful of baking soda on him, it probably would. Don Myers would.
One thing though, is a handful of baking soda dangerous enough to harm someone? Is that a code word for gunpowder or something else that could cause harm? If that's the case, then she's smart enough not to use the actual word or phrase, because she could be arrested and charged for threatening someone. In another video, we see her continue her rage and attacks on the government and the police. She truly detests them, most likely because society doesn't have a way of allowing people like her to do whatever they want without repercussions.
In this world, and you know, the government part, fuck this government. I'd like to take my fist and shove it right down the throat of one of them. Yeah. I would like to take my fist and shove my throat right down the throat of one. I'm tired. And then jerk it out with my hand open. I'm tired.
Her anger is just too much. Anger consumes one and it destroys the person. She claimed that she would feel a lot better if she could lay her hands on one of the government officials. This seems to be her ultimate mission or desire on Earth. The way she speaks sometimes, you can't always fully understand what she's saying. Someone might say she speaks in a retarded form of parables. Here she claimed that she was tired. What is she tired of? What did the government do to her? How would beating up a government official make the situation any better? So many questions, but not many answers.
I'm tired of living like this. I don't want pampered. I don't want food. I don't want to be a princess. I just want a justice. And everybody wants to stay calm, I'm about to blow the up, okay? I'm about to blow the up while everybody sits back and says, wait! The world! I'm done, This justice system, it's gotta stop!
She claimed that she's tired of living like this. Living like how? Her present living condition is no one's fault but hers. I'm most likely right with my earlier assumption. She wants to live in a world where the police would not come for her if she broke the law. She wants a society without a government, where she can do as she pleases without being held accountable. She said this justice, it's got to stop. She feels that the law enforcement, and the justice system as a whole aren't as she wants them to be, and they have to be stopped. Maybe if she had some issues with the way things are currently, she could make suggestions. But a complete call to stop, it isn't a good solution, it's a lazy one.
Somebody needs to do something because you know what? You guys are going to regret what is going to... This is why I don't get on here. This is why I don't get on no more.
Look at how she suddenly switched characters. From being enraged about stopping the justice system to laughing out loud like a maniac, and then instantly starting to look like she's about to cry. That shows how quickly she can change her personality in the blink of an eye. Maybe that's because she's sick, or maybe it's her acting skills. We can't know for sure. But what we know is that she makes some wrong connections, like when she relates the government to trolls disturbing her on the internet.
TikTok, you shouldn't let people get on here and slander people's name like you do. I'm beginning to wonder if the government don't own you because you're acting like them.
We also have some other clips of how she has multiple personalities in one video, where she would exhibit one emotion now and an entirely different one a minute later.
There is no justice. There's no justice in this world. It's fake. They're liars. They're liars! They're liars! Our whole justice system is a lie!
See how she immediately switched from crying to being enraged and screaming at the top of her voice? She's also seen here complaining about the justice system, claiming it's all a lie. Maybe it's a lie for her, but it's fair to others, or at least better than it is in many parts of the world.
Everything in it is a lie! They're liars! America is liars! I don't care. Turn your volume down. America is chock full of lying sexist that run our country into the ground. Go f yourself. What's the common use in your situation? Go f yourself. That's my common use, you mother.
We can see that some of her fans are commenting and trying to support her or calm her down, but she isn't ready to do that. She claimed that the leaders are running the country into the ground. On what grounds is that? Was she referring to education, security, healthcare, or housing? She never mentioned it.
I'm so hot right now. I don't even want my oysters. This is gonna stop. Somebody needs to step in! America! Sit back and watch somebody have a nervous breakdown over an unjust police department! I can't take no more! I can't take no more! I've had it! I've had it! I've had it! Shut up, Karen! County Sheriff's Department in Carthage, Missouri is the lousiest, laziest, shittiest police department ever was!
So she was just ranting for the sake of it. It's just disgusting to look at her scream while she's eating something. Everything she's tried to fight for are things that are affecting her personally, and she calls people to support her. She's the only one having issues with Don and the Jasper Police Department, even claiming that the Jasper Police Department is the worst of them all, only because she had a bad personal experience with them. We'll discuss this in detail later in the video. She's the reason why she's almost homeless and living in her car, but everyone else, including the government, is at fault except her.
They need shut down. They need shut down! Don't merge, you fat mother... God is coming for you all! You're dumb! All you had to do was tell the truth! All you had to do was tell the truth! Ah! God, I'm pissed! Shut up! Squatty! Squatchy! Fucking Jasper County! It's Jasper County Sheriff's Department! You're failures! You're...
She called for the shutdown of the police department. If they shut down, who will be in control of ensuring law and order around the area? She hasn't thought about this before making such a statement. Just look at how emotionally unstable she is and the way she's screaming like a maniac. Apart from the emotional instability and rapid emotional and personality changes during the livestream video, we've also seen her display truly weird behaviors on camera that are worrying.
Kiss my ass. That's how they act when I come around.
I mean, what's all that about? What's the point? Shaking her mouth continually for no reason and making weird sounds. It's just disgusting to look at, to be honest with you. And it serves no purpose, but maybe to entertain her weird followers. In the next video, we have a disturbing situation where Tammy explains how abusive she once was and how it wasn't anything to worry about. But if you ask me, she's in way over her head.
Let's clear the air on the story that's circulating around about, that I bit my mother's nose. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Look at the smile on her face when she says, yes, I did, yeah. It's something that happened a while ago, but she seems proud of it and doesn't feel any remorse for her actions. And I'm sure if the situation called for it again, she would bite her mother once more.
She came up to my yard. I was drunk on old Charter. She bounced out of her truck and said, I heard you're gonna whip my ass. Well, I got her down on the ground and I went to punch her, and even drunk on old Charter, I couldn't punch her. So I bit her nose.
First, she claimed that she was drunk when this happened. This must have given her the extra courage to do what she had always wanted to do to her mother. She also said that even while drunk and filled with rage, she couldn't bring herself to punch her mother. The punch was probably the first thing that came to her mind. From her perspective, she thought biting her mother's nose would be mercy, so she went ahead and did it. Saying this probably brought back the memory. It was definitely memorable for Tammy because it was all over her face.
This has been years ago. What are they even talking about that for? She deserved it. She called the cops on me. I went to jail for 45 days. Okay, story ended. That's been years ago. But this is the they're dragging up. Are you kidding?
If it was such a memorable event, why is Tammy annoyed that people keep bringing it up? It should be expected. She also said that her mother deserved the treatment, not because of what her mother did before biting her, but because Tammy went to jail for 45 days. This shows the state of mind Tammy is in. This story will keep coming up as long as Tammy's online making content. As much as Tammy cherishes that event, she doesn't appreciate that it's been mentioned years after it happened.
Kidding me. Lord help me, Jesus. I don't care how they smear my name. Smear it away, family. You sickos.
Also, we can see how her demeanor shifted from a little cheerful in the beginning to suddenly less so. I believe she was looking at the comments section and wasn't pleased with what her viewers were saying in response to her message. She then decided to give the complete story of what happened, maybe hoping that would bring a little more clarity to those watching.
Smear it. Okay, the full story of me biting my mom's nose. I'm drunk on Old Charter. My son does something, and I told him, shut up. He said he's going to tell his grandma. I said, I'd whip you and your grandma's ass. I had no idea he was going to go down to her house. He really ran down to her house. She comes back up the hill, gets out of her truck, and said, I heard you're going to whip my ass. I'm drunk, whiskey drunk. I grabbed her by her bun and just shook her.
This lady is not well in the head at all. She claimed that she was going to hit her son and the grandmother. When the grandmother decided to confront her, that was when it all went down. I'm also sure the child was there when it happened. Imagine the trauma such a child would have to live with, seeing his mother pinning down, shaking and biting his grandmother's nose without remorse for her actions. She was even laughing at what she did about her mother.
I had sworn my whole life I would shake that bun. You can't hide behind a bun. An evil woman's an evil woman. I shook her by her bun and we wrestled around, and instead of hitting her, I bit her nose. Okay. And I went to jail for 45 days.
Imagine Tammy calling her mother an evil woman. The victim is evil, while the person inflicting the pain is the one who's morally just. Well, that's based on Tammy's understanding. She claimed that she hit her and bit her nose, but didn't punch her. As she said earlier, that she couldn't bring herself to punch her mother. Repeating the story didn't make it any better.
So, and this was, Lord help, a long time ago. You know, we're talking 17 years ago. So why they're dragging up like that? And I can't imagine, because they always told me, they said, if I start acting like her, tell us. I told them, and they don't talk to me no more. Well, if you can't handle the truth, don't tell me to tell it to you. But I love them. I love my family, man. It's sad to see them talking about me like that. Had no idea.
She claimed that it happened about 17 years ago, and that people should let the story go, claiming she loves her family regardless of the problems they've gone through. But some love should be examined carefully. When you claim to love someone and are constantly abusive toward them, not just in the past but still in the present, one has to question such a commitment. However, if it was a one-time thing, it can be seen as a mistake that should never happen again. Being a schizophrenic person, Tammy's had run-ins with the law and ordinary people as well. In the next video, we see her rush into a building with her phone camera on, recording and repeatedly asking for someone while disrupting the peace there.
So I'm back at the MU extension. I'm gonna talk to them. I'm getting sick of this.
She said she was in a building. To do what exactly? It seems very urgent, and she mentioned that she's getting sick of it. Maybe there's something we don't know yet. Let's find out.
Hello? Hi. Is Vicky in here? You don't know? That's right.
But yeah.
Last name. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I'll go in and change all of ours.
Hi. Will you look that grass up?
No.
Because I went all the way to Washington, D.C. I've been over there at the sheriff's department, and what I found out there is crazy. Somebody needs to check into it, and they need to check into it today. All this rain, all of this rain.
I've given
Ma'am,
you
let me
all
tell
the
you
names.
something.
I know.
All
but
this
I've given
rain.
you all the names that I could.
Can I get that lady's name again, or number again? The lady with over the plants, over the area. That's over the grass.
The agronomy?
Mm-hmm. This is going to end up killing so many people if we don't.
There she is, rushing into a building looking for heaven knows what. She claimed that she was looking for Vicky, but the person she asked didn't know who Vicky was. Later, it seemed she wasn't in just any random place. She claimed that she needed to contact a lady in charge of agronomy in the area. She wanted to put out a warning that she could be in danger to many people, and in this case, lives might be in danger due to the frequent rain. I assume that Tammy stopped taking her medication because this behavior isn't normal for a sane person. The attendant there didn't panic, even with the impatience that Tammy showed. Even though what Tammy was saying didn't make much sense, the attendant tried to remain professional with her.
Do something, ma'am.
And I've given you everything that
Have you looked it up?
I've given you, and I don't.
Every other state's picking it up. Every other state, and it's coming from Missouri. You guys are going to be at fault.
What did they tell you at the police department?
They're idiots.
Tammy was coming back from the police station with this schizophrenic story about lives being in danger. The police most likely didn't take her seriously and decided to send her on her way. More on this later. Out of frustration, she came here to lodge a complaint. The lady responding to her assumed something was wrong when Tammy mentioned she was coming from the station. If something was going to happen that could endanger people's lives, the police would have been the better option to help Tammy avert the crisis. But with Tammy in front of her breathing heavily and in some sort of mental panic, the attendant must have guessed that she wasn't okay, especially after Tammy called the police idiots. With the look on Tammy's face, she believed what she was saying had some substance.
They're pure idiots. And the mayor, I went to the town meetings. The governor, I've been trying to call him, and without the sheriff's saying something, I can't do nothing. But it's right by the Circle E, and it's so bad.
And
you guys are awful.
Just imagine. Tammy is trying to contact the governor for what? Just because she had a hunch that something bad was going to happen? The attendant was silent at this point, probably looking for a way to get Tammy out. Tammy noticed that she wasn't being taken seriously and turned to leave immediately, claiming that they were all awful. The problem was that she was all over the place. She couldn't bring her thoughts together. She was talking about the plants having a problem, the rain, her contact with the mayor, and town meetings. She was just all over the place. Nothing she was saying made any sense. But how did we get here? How did Tammy get to a point where she hates the Jasper Police Department this much? And what connection does her ex-boyfriend have with this whole mess? This is getting more and more confusing, I'm sure. But for more context, I'll give you some background and details to fill in the gaps, including her claim about calling the mayor and attending a town hall meeting. Tammy's feelings toward Jasper County were far from positive, and it didn't take long for her to make that clear. Despite her obvious disdain for the place, she ended up there, drawn by the small but growing social media following that she had started to build. The more attention she got, the more she seemed to want to film and share her every move. Now, I can't speak for everyone, but what happened next genuinely caught me off guard. Instead of going to the Jasper County Police Department to file that big report against Don, like she said she would, she did something completely unexpected. She marched right in, but instead of seeking justice, she decided to verbally lash out at a police officer. And of course, she filmed the entire thing. Honestly, it was hard to watch. She was looking for a fight, not a resolution, and she seemed more interested in creating content than addressing the issue at hand. It's annoying how someone who claims to want to change ends up using this situation to stir the pot even more. Tammy clearly wasn't after justice. She was after drama. And unfortunately, she seemed to be giving her followers exactly what they wanted.
I know what the court thing was over me. Why Don Myers had defended me in court. What's this about? Because I never knew anything about a court date. He had my mail for the last 3 years. You guys are doing something crooked, and it's going to come to a boiling stop. You know that, don't you?
Okay.
You've never checked into the food stamps. You've never done anything, did you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
While there, she started ranting to the first officer she saw about how Don, her ex-boyfriend, did this or did that, and why the police allowed him to do those things. This officer attending to her was calm and claimed that he had no idea what she was talking about. This led to an outburst from Tammy.
The food stamps Don Myers stole from me that I've been coming up here about. You're a liar, and these guys know that.
Okay,
I'm on YouTube. I'm going to leave.
You can leave.
But you are going to do jail time for what you've done. You know that, don't you? You're doing jail time, big boy.
Have a good day.
You have bullied me for 3 years while I begged you to listen to me over this grass. Tell him to be quiet a minute. Let me say something, please. I've been bullied all this time. They've done stuff online to me and stuff. They've went to court over me and had all this to say about me behind my back.
Okay.
I have something to say to you.
Okay, well,
You're a
I
failure.
have to say to you.
That's all. Good day, big boy.
Yep.
Don't come near me.
I'm making sure.
Back up.
Go.
Shut up. They know, don't they? Don't know what I'm talking about? They don't know what I'm talking about? You guys, you see? They get a grit in their teeth. They cannot stand me. Ow!
She was honestly just embarrassing herself at that point. The police officers weren't strangers to her unpredictable behavior. This wasn't the first time she'd been there, and based on her actions, it definitely wouldn't be the last. She accused them of lying and doing nothing when she first reported that Don had stolen her food stamps. Now, she claimed they were in cahoots with her, working together to plot something against her in court without her knowledge. It was all just a jumble of accusations and frustration, but instead of seeking real help, it felt like she was venting to the wrong people in the wrong way. Another thing Tammy's known for online is begging for money. Some people even say that she is one of the biggest and most shameless beggars on the internet. She offers various excuses, and there's no limit to how she goes about it.
I have weak moments, okay? I still ain't got any. And I could easily have found one, okay? I don't care if I look like Navajo Joe. I could get a cigarette. I don't give a what you think. Come on, you guys, $76, please. I don't even know if they're that much.
There she is, shamelessly begging for money for a cigarette. It's worked for her in the past, where she was able to get financial help from her viewers. But it's not a good look for her. People come online to beg for help when they're in a serious medical condition or a threatening situation. But in her case, it's just another way to get money for her obsessive buying.
I'll get a burger. No, I won't get cigarettes. I'll get a Big Mac or something. I'll order another Whopper at McDonald's. Come on, because I'm hungry. That's what, all of it combined is like, God, I'm losing my mind. I'm trying to do a good deed here, whether people want to believe me in it or not. And, yeah, please, help me out. Feed the people.
Feed the people, she said. But it's all for herself. She comes online occasionally like this to beg for money. And some of her viewers who love her humor or madness send her something, while others make fun of her. But how did she start begging? While Tammy was still in a relationship with her boyfriend Don, she started talking about these parasites that claimed she could see under her skin, both on herself and on Don. She was convinced these parasites were destroying their bodies, and she wasn't just sitting back waiting for them to disappear. No, she tried all sorts of homemade remedies, trying anything she thought might work. Her obsession led her to search for the source of these parasites, and she settled on the wild idea that the grass outside Don's house was somehow the culprit. She'd collect the grass and try to get real scientists to analyze it. Meanwhile, she filmed everything, like the plants and animals around Don's place, and claimed that they all had something to do with the problem. It was honestly hard to keep track of her theories. They just kept escalating. Eventually, even Don has enough of the chaos. He kicked Tammy out, and she found herself homeless, living in her car with her dog Heidi. So while Tammy was a bit frustrated about her homelessness, she began asking for money and supplies from her followers. She even got a small group of people to help her out, either by sending cash or buying random items from Walmart that she requested. It was while in her car she started her hunt against the government.
Pieces of shit, what our government is. Dumb blind sexist. The police is corrupt as f***. They loosen people's lug nuts and no one does nothing about it. I don't get a phone call even. I got no respect. Then it's all, oh, Trump and his wife. Oh, look, listen to the little boy's accent. Yeah, our world is dying. Our world is dying, Trump. Hey, Trump. Your little boy's got a cute accent. But enough said. Our world is dying.
What world is dying? Tammy is so dramatic when it comes to these issues. But here's where things got interesting. While Tammy was living in her car and begging for money, she wasn't exactly using the money for what she claimed. She claimed the funds were for hotel rooms, but more often than not, she'd pocket the cash and sleep in her truck. This behavior quickly earned her a reputation as a scammer among her followers. One guy was a frequent donor, always helping her out with money for those hotel rooms. But after giving her money for the last time, he learned Tammy wasn't using it as promised. She took a small portion to get a spot at a campground, and the rest? Well, she spent it on whatever substance was her latest interest. It was honestly heartbreaking how she used people's generosity for her own purposes, leaving many of her followers feeling tricked and disappointed. Tammy doesn't seem to care about the support she's getting from others. She's just using it as a way to fund her chaotic lifestyle. Now, with her reputation in the mud, she gained a lot of trolls. Trolls have always been a pain in the ass for Tammy, and all they do is make her experiences online more miserable. We can see this in the next clip.
Oh man, I don't know what's, man, I got a bad headache. Like a bad headache. It's like, man. I can't handle it. Don't even. Don't. Stop. Stop. Stop with your diva. You know, why don't you stop with your diva? Yeah, I'll stop it for you. Jealous. You know, the people saying diva and you're jealous is all you are, and it's tart and nasty. Oh man, my head. I think it's funny because I don't think that lady was even getting me a room. I think it was a way to try to get me to drive somewhere, which I would have called to make sure before I took off. So I would have played their game.
She would often use headaches, body pain, and distress as a way to gain sympathy from her followers, hoping they'd spend money on her to make her feel better. It turns out someone promised to book her a room at the hotel. Initially, she was skeptical about the opportunity, but she came to like the idea and fell for it. But luckily for Tammy, she was able to call the hotel to confirm the reservation before going there. This saved Tammy from the stress and frustration of going to the hotel. She shouldn't have expected anything better from such trolls online.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. You got it? I don't want to go because I don't like being harassed. Just a second. Just a second. What? Just be careful when you go in there.
It seems like she's falling for it again. The person who booked the room for her claimed that they booked it in their name, not Tammy's. Immediately, Tammy went from saying, "You want to deceive me by sending me to a hotel that isn't paid for," to, "Yeah, you booked it for me, but you shouldn't have booked it in your name. It should have been in mine." She's truly looking forward to the experience at the hotel.
Thank you. All right, let me call him real quick.
When the troll in the comments told her that she could proceed to enjoy herself at the hotel and that all the confusion had been sorted out, we could see the light on Tammy's face with her saying, "Thank you," and "Let me call them up." Unfortunately, after calling the hotel again, it turned out that the troll was still lying. Tammy was visibly hurt by this. She had been played the first time and was played again. She was in her car, probably in her neighborhood, ready to go to the hotel and have a fun time, only to be deceived multiple times by this person in her comments.
I feel bad I didn't believe you. I mean, this shit with Devin just really has me thrown off. Because I know they know a lot of people. You know, I don't get it. But most people that know me, that knew him, knows I'm not a bad person. And I don't understand why they're smearing my name so bad.
She's glad she's in her car and hasn't left her home yet. But it still hurts that her anticipation of enjoying herself at the hotel was all a ruse. She says that people know her not to be a bad person and wonders why people treat her that way. This is exactly what the trolls want, an emotional reaction. They live on it. They thrive on it as if it's what they survive on. Trolls don't care if you're a good or bad person. They just want to make fun of you, deceive you, and see you broken emotionally in the process. But all of a sudden, Tammy switches to talking about something else entirely that has not much to do with the hotel's deception.
It's evil. It's evil. It makes me so mad at him. I mean, because he's the one that dragged my family into it. They're sick. Or they may have been the ones that drug him into it. I don't even know now. You know, if my family's been doing this all along, you know what I mean? It blows my mind. But I know some of the things they've done, and they are in some severe trouble. Yeah, severe trouble. Disgusting people. It makes me mad. My head's pounding.
Tammy's dog feels her sorrow, and we can hear the dog making some sympathetic sounds, probably trying to console Tammy in its own way. It's unfortunate and sad, but for someone who's mentally unstable like Tammy, it's always hard to follow along when she speaks. I mean, what's she on about? Why Don now? And what does this have to do with her family? It's just so confusing.
And Sabrina, you was right. You was right. That lady's a lying about the room. She just made a reservation. That's all she done was make the reservation. She thinks she's a sneaky snido. She's not. You can't with me. I'm smarter than your average bear. I'm smarter than your average bear, yo. Yes, you are. You're a till you got somebody a room and you're lying through your fat face teeth. You jealous, so. If I'd have drove over there, I'd have been madder.
So what Tammy later discovered about the troll is that the troll truly contacted the hotel, but she only made a reservation. And when reservations are made, most of the time they're not paid for. If Tammy were to go down there, she would be given the room but would be required to make a payment. Tammy wasn't looking to do that. She was looking for free stuff. Then she went on a rant, cursing and abusing the troll for trying to play with her. I'm sure the troll was having a blast as Tammy became emotional about it. That's the whole point, to piss Tammy off to this point.
I called him and asked if it was the thing was paid for. If it was just a reservation or if it was paid for. She said it wasn't paid for. So they said it wasn't paid for. It was just a reservation. So she didn't pay $129. She's a lying ass bitch. Nasty 59 years old, still being a nasty tardo. So Sabrina was right. She had a gut feeling, and Sabrina was right. So Sabrina apologized to this, didn't owe her an apology, because Sabrina's gut was right. She was a bitch. A bitch. Something told me to call. I got God whispering in my ear all the time, you know.
Tammy isn't happy about it at all. It seems Sabrina was one of Tammy's followers who warned her about the other person being a troll, but Tammy didn't listen. Sabrina had to apologize when she thought the troll had truly paid for the room. Tammy claimed that she had a feeling she needed to call to confirm if the room was truly paid for, and concluded that she hears heaven speak to her sometimes. This is a common experience for people with schizophrenia. They tend to hear a lot of voices in their heads. Sometimes it helps, and other times it puts them in trouble. One of the reasons why she gets trolled so much is because of how hateful and aggressive she can be at times. Here's a sneak peek into what she's capable of.
My son had a wreck. My son had a wreck. I don't know. I ain't got to talk to him. I don't know. Just, now, if everybody would just pray for me, because I'm very mad right now. I'm very mad. Okay, I'm very mad. Me and my family and me don't deserve this.
She started by announcing that her son had a wreck, which means that he was involved in a car accident and in the hospital. She didn't seem very concerned about it, unlike many mothers would. She was just saying it casually. She was asked if he was all right, most likely because of how she was speaking about it, and she said she hadn't spoken to her son, who might be in a serious medical condition. All she should say is that she's mad, not because her son is in the hospital, but because of something else.
We don't deserve this, you know. I should be able to go check on my son, but instead I'm trying to tell the world about fucking dangerous. And instead of listening to me, they're listening to some numbnut mother that's making the up, that is dying from it. And I can't wait for his dumb ass to explode. I cannot wait for him to explode. He deserves it.
She's mad because of some kind of responsibility she thinks she and her family have to the world, which she believes is more important than being there for her son when he isn't doing well. She kept talking about the dangers in the world that she was supposed to warn people about. Whatever warning she has for the world, real or fantasy, isn't an excuse for not being there for her son when he needs her the most. I think she's trying to run away from her responsibility of being there. Maybe she knows that if she's there, the burden of paying some part of the medical bill will fall on her. Who knows? She then went on a tangent about Don dying. This is about the parasite she claimed is growing in the grass of his yard and is now living inside of Don. She claimed that people only listen to others and not her, and it makes her mad. She said she can't wait for Don to explode from the parasitic infection.
Yeah, I did too. I did too. But I know these motherfuckers and their witchcraft is gonna stop. Don, they're gonna find him blown up in his field because he's gonna blow up from what's in his gut. He should have went to the doctor. He should go to the doctor. Because any tree that these things are in, they blow the tree apart. So I'm saying if it's inside a human, it's gonna blow the human apart just like it did a tree, right?
Then we have her talking about some people, unknown to us, using witchcraft, and how Don is going to blow up from the parasite in his gut. How did we get to a point where we're talking about witchcraft after she was trying to warn about the world dangers to come? One of the most consistent villains in all of Tammy's videos, apart from the government and the police, is Don. She continues talking about the plants, the same plants she's always obsessed with in previous clips. Here she claimed that when these plants are injected, people will blow up, because there are things that enter these trees that will make them explode.
That's what happens. So that's what's gonna happen to Don and all his little bullshit that he's doing. I should have done being heard. I should be able to go check on my son. I should be able to go check on my son. Instead, I'm too fucking far away and I'm a pissed off motherfucker about it. So you FBI agents, you goddamn police officers, you! I'm sick of them. Sick to death of it.
After ranting about Don, she went back to talking about her son, saying that she should be able to check on him. No one is stopping her from doing this but herself. She can always go see him whenever she's ready. Now, it's not about the plants or Don's fault that she's unable to go see her son. She's also cursing out the FBI, the police, and the government. She is sick in the head.
I've had it. These deadbeat motherfuckers. And then they all say, oh, why did Kamala and Obama or Biden have to run back to the White House at midnight? Lock these mother... God's gonna come and lock them up. God, they're all running rampant. They're all crazy right now because they know they've done so much. They know it. They know it. Shut the up, you flake. Get the off my life, you flake. You flake. You second.
What? What does Biden, Kamala, or Obama running into the White House at midnight have to do with what she's talking about? So should the former and current presidents be locked up? She's all over the place, saying things that don't add up at all. She even claimed that they're all crazy, but she's the crazy one here. Previously, we saw her say that she isn't a bad person and wonders why people are always making fun of her or trolling her online. Just look at how aggressive she is toward the commenters and how she's constantly cursing at them when they say something she doesn't approve of. It's no surprise she's been treated badly by the same people.
God's coming. Oh, I know. Come on, nighttime.
I'm ready to go back to sleep. I'm ready to go back to sleep. Yeah. My are pissing me off. Bad. I know my son needs his mama.
From the background behind the car's rear glass, we can see that it's still daytime. She said, "Come on, nighttime, I'm ready to go back to sleep." Is she waiting for nighttime literally so she can sleep? Or is she talking figuratively, referring to the darkness that comes with death? I don't know for sure. Maybe she's tired of everything and ready to see the other side. Most Lolcow characters are defensive of their families or angry when trolls make fun of them. But the case is different with Tammy. She's the one always hating on her family, constantly blaming them for the problems she's having, claiming that they're jealous of her. I mean, why would anyone be jealous of Tammy, who's known to be mentally unstable and saying a lot of nonsense online?
He's mad. Yeah, I tell you what. They're flakes. When they don't care about other humans, there's something wrong with you. There's something mentally wrong. But Devin and them can keep up trying their. Keep stirring up your Devin. Keep on, Devin, you little jealous. You know, jealousy makes you look ugly. You look like a Captain Kangaroo in that video. You look just like Captain Kangaroo.
Devin is one of her family members, I presume, but the type of relationship, I'm not sure. She claimed that Devin and some family members are jealous of her. Devin made a video that she wasn't happy about, and she decided to respond to it in her own way. Tammy said, "Jealousy makes you look ugly." At least now we all know why Tammy looks this terrible.
You do. Sabrina, you're so funny. You're ruthless. She's ruthless, but not toothless. You got a mind like me, man, you do. Yeah, something big's gonna happen to Jasper. God's coming for him. And all that lying and all that devil-worshipping bush, God's coming for him. So, Devin, you keep running to the sheriff's. Run wherever you want to, little girl. But you're not going to get away with it. It's called harassment, little girl. You jealous little whore. That's what's wrong with us. They're jealous, and it's stupid. You know, they've always been, and I was too stupid to see it. They've treated me like this my whole life.
Jasper is another family member she doesn't like. She claimed that the heavens are coming for him and that he'll be punished for his wrongs. She accused Jasper of devil-worshipping and lying. If Devin runs to the sheriff about something that Tammy did, then she most likely has done something wrong. This isn't about good or evil, it's about law and order. If Tammy assaults someone or does something wrong, Devin has every right to report her to the sheriff and get her arrested. And how is she calling the police harassment? It'll only seem like the police are harassing you if you always break the law and are arrested multiple times. She also said that it's the jealousy her family has for her. That's why they've treated her badly her whole life. She's always externalizing the problem. She should look inward and see if there's something she does that makes all of them not like her. It's called personal accountability or responsibility. If she doesn't own up to her faults, she will always have issues with people, not just her family.
But I was too stupid to see it because I loved them. I love them. They're my family. They didn't love me. They done stuff behind my back and thought it was funny. Well, it's not funny no more, and I'm over it. Your shit stops now. They've got no more control over me. You're weird. They're just weird. They're just weird. Very weird.
She claimed she loved her family and thought they loved her, but she said they did a lot of funny stuff behind her back. If Tammy truly loved them as she claims, I don't think she'd be online bashing and cursing at them consistently. That's not love, it's hatred. She also has a victim mentality, this me mentality, where everyone is wrong and she's right. She said she's over it, but she isn't because she's here ranting about it.
It's my dad, what was going on. I asked him in a text. I didn't get a reply. I want to know how my son is, and he's not at the hospital they said he was at, so I don't know what to do.
She even had issues with her dad, too. Her mother, as we already know, isn't her best person either, especially after she almost bit her nose off. If everyone hates you, including your parents, then you're doing something wrong and you are not a good person as you claim. Personal introspection would be necessary at this point. Here we learn that she later decided to go see her son after warning the world about the plants that would destroy them. But to her regret, she didn't find her son there. Maybe they were worried that she would come into the hospital with a lot of crazy attitude. Or they thought she might try to go live and share her son's health status on the internet. No one knows why they didn't want her to know where her son was located. But one thing is possible. Maybe her family found out she was on live video ranting about her son being in the accident, and they quickly changed the hospital he was in so she wouldn't find him there even if she decided to come.
I'm pissed. My kids has been through a lot. Now I know that they're doing this satanic bush spells and that. Joanne, God is coming for you, you sawed-off lady. God is coming for you.
Now she's trying to paint them as bad, saying that they're all involved in some satanic bullshit. But I thought everyone had a right to their religion. Even if that's what they believe, it shouldn't be something used to bring them down. But with Tammy painting her family as satanic, one might assume that she's on God's side. But when she was asked how she was going to celebrate Christmas, her response about Jesus, Christmas, and Christianity was truly unbelievable.
So funny. I mean, that's stupid. That's stupid. Ludicrous. Ludicrous. To smear somebody's name like this over just jealousy is ugly. Makes themselves look bad. You know, that's what my daughter said. It just makes her look bad. Well, it embarrasses me for them. It embarrasses me to death for them. I don't do Christmas. I don't believe in Christmas. They're liars. Christmas ain't nothing to do with the Lord's birthday.
She was asked about Christmas and said that she doesn't need or believe in Christmas. Unlike most Christians in the world, she wants absolutely nothing to do with the celebration. She claimed that it had nothing to do with Jesus' birthday. Yeah, while technically, historically, maybe Jesus wasn't born exactly on the 25th, it's now an accepted tradition among Christians all over the world. Just because she doesn't agree with the timing of this celebration doesn't make the celebration bad or wrong. It's just a time for people to be happy and connect with family and friends. It's a time for gifts, songs, memories, and love.
The Lord's birthday is not even in December, okay? The Lord's birthday ain't even in December. So how could that be Christmas? How could that be the birth of the Christ? See, they don't even match their up to even make it accurate. See, at least do your dates right, freaks. They're freaks. They're nothing but grass in the wind. You're gonna, God's gonna just, all of them. They're gonna find people around these false idols and all this bush. Yeah, there are. There are. Then they'll know. Yeah. See, it's just like the things in the sky. Let's just let them show them. Remember? The heavens rule. The heavens rule. Not these slithering snakes.
She claimed that those who celebrate Christmas or those who made Christmas be on the 25th are freaks because it really isn't the date of Jesus' birth. She didn't need to resort to insults to make her point. She didn't have to call people freaks for wanting to celebrate Christmas. But what can one do when it comes to Tammy? She has her own way of communicating. She also has this thing about using God to threaten people if they don't agree with her ideas of faith. She insinuated that God would do something to them because of their ignorance in celebrating Christmas. While Tammy was trying to bring the world attention to the parasite and plant that she called hemlock, she made a lot of noise on the internet and off internet. A lot of Tammy's anger seems to be aimed at the government, both local and national. She feels like no one is taking her seriously, especially when it comes to the theft of her EBT card by Don and her strange belief in a countrywide parasitic infestation. Eventually, Tammy decided to bypass the local authorities altogether and take her concerns straight to the governor. She even went to her local library to gather all the information she had, loading it onto a flash drive, convinced that this was the way to get the truth out there. While at the library, Tammy stumbled upon a book about dangerous plants, and just like that, the narrative shifted. After reading about poisonous plants, she was convinced that the real problem wasn't parasites at all. It was this so-called poisonous hemlock that was growing everywhere. In her mind, this toxic plant was the cause of everything from dead moss to dying trees. Now, I'm not sure if she ever actually sent that flash drive to the governor, but I can confirm that she returned to the same police station she'd been to before. But while there, her complaint was more of wanting her food stamps and not about the parasites she called hemlocks.
I want to talk to another officer besides you, please. I need to talk to somebody besides you, please. Another officer, please. Oh, it's to both of them.
It's to both of you.
You guys, it's both of them.
Please let us get you some help. We can't.
No, I want my food stamps. I want my food stamps that he stole, and I want you to go look at that building hemlock that's out there. Before you tell me I need help again.
No.
Buddy, you need help.
Some help, but we can't.
You're needing help. You're going to get help. You're going to lose your jobs. You dumb mother. Did you hear them, you guys? You guys all see it. This is going viral, mother.
Good.
The police seemed to be a lot more clued into what was going on with Tammy. It was as though they were starting to recognize the pattern, her need to latch onto any new theory to explain the issues she was facing, even if that theory was based on little more than her own interpretations. With that, Tammy left and decided to spread the word even further by joining the town hall meeting to express her fury about why she was being neglected by everyone she was warning, hoping they would listen to her.
And I'm currently living wherever I park my truck. But anyways, I came to this town and I met a guy and I went through a living hell. I'd like to talk to somebody outside of this room about what all I've been through, because I don't want to go into detail and bore everybody with it. But before I left, because I went all the way to Washington, D.C. to try to be heard, I went to George Washington Carver State Park. You guys all will know that. Thousands of kids go out there. It is so poisoned and thickened by hemlock and water hemlock, the eastern hemlock. Somebody needs to wake the hell up and pay attention, go out there and look at it, because it's bad. I'm sorry I get so emotional thinking about it, because it's been 3 years I've been dealing with this, and I went through a living hell.
She started by introducing herself and making it clear that she still lived in her truck. She gave some background on the issue she was addressing, explaining how the plants could affect people and even suggesting that it wasn't safe for kids playing around. This shows that Tammy truly believes what she's saying. It's not just an act. There seems to be a real obsessive belief in her mind, almost like a form of schizophrenia, where she's convinced this'll happen.
It's the pink in the sky. I said that the last time. I mean, I would like the respect of somebody, because I expected a call. The last time I came to the meeting and told you about this grass. I can take things out to it, and it's a patch over by the Circle E. The house next to the Circle E, it's got a field so infested. And I've been to 15 doctors, a dermatologist, and I've been mocked so much my legs are shaking. So, and I don't want another person to go through this. I believe in, if you see something, I believe in telling people and making awareness, and it's ignorance to ignore it when you hear it. Because anybody in here can Google, my leg is going 900 to nothing shaking. Lord. But you can Google it, and it causes distortion of the body. It causes mad.
She claimed that it's the pink in the sky that's responsible for the hemlock parasites. What the hell is the pink in the sky? If you know what she's talking about, please let me know in the comments. The field she's referring to is the front yard of her ex-boyfriend Don's place, where she insists is ground zero for this parasite. One time she went there to collect samples, but Don saw her and told her to leave. This led to an argument between them, and the police showed up and took Tammy away. She was then placed on a 72-hour psychiatric hold. She had attended a previous town hall meeting and was expecting a call about her concerns. But when she didn't get one, she decided to come back and remind them of how serious the situation was. After all, she believed she'd done her part by reaching out to specialists and scientists. She even gave them a list of symptoms related to hemlock, hoping they would do more research on it. After she was released from the 72-hour psychiatric hold, she came out to react to the incident on her page.
Lying through their teeth, and when they hit me this morning, it made me so mad I cannot stand it. So they hadn't even tested nothing. They hadn't even done anything. I want the proof. I want proof. I want
improve Jasper County? You flops. Failures.
She's claiming that it was wrong for them to hold her for the psychiatric evaluation because they hadn't even checked the plant samples she had collected for the hemlock parasite she's been talking about. Over the years, she's been many things, but one thing I'm sure of is this. I don't think she's acting to be seen as crazy. Everything she said, she genuinely believes to be true. It's likely that her mental challenges have gotten worse, especially after her ex-boyfriend threw her out of his house. She probably wasn't able to get or take her medication as regularly as she should, which may have led to her complete breakdown. What do you think about this lady? Let us know in the comments.
For the JBLs. Me, I did! Who stole the JBL that my son had? His friends! Quit hanging out with scumbags! It's that simple!
Out my yacht for... We can go yacht for yacht.
This is a TikTok influencer who lost 1 million followers in one day and got banned by TikTok on 8 separate accounts in less than a month. If TikTok had jail cells, she would probably be in one right now. The life of Adriel Sigler looks like a reality show gone wrong. Except it's not scripted, it's just unhinged. Adriel Sigler, better known as Vegan Riz, is a 33-year-old female TikToker whose online presence has left a trail of scams, scandals, and shattered lives. A woman who turned her 1 million followers into her personal ATM, all while screaming jealousy at anyone who dared call her out.
Towards me.
No, it's because they're jealous. People from small towns get jealous over the...
Adriel Sigler didn't just rise to fame. She erupted like a volcano of narcissism, spewing chaos across Jamestown, New York, a sleepy little town that never asked for a one-woman wrecking ball. Once a humble school teacher in Pennsylvania, Adriel ditched the chalkboard in May 2022, claiming she fled an abusive ex to chase her destiny as a digital deity. And chase it she did. 1 million followers on her main account, raking in $1,300 a day, strutting her stuff like TikTok royalty. She bragged that she cracked the top 230 creators, a vegan vixen who shed 80 pounds and turned her blonde armpit hair into a viral flex. Sounds like a success story, right? Wrong, because beneath that glittery facade lurks a grifter so brazen, so unapologetic, not feeling sorry even for her young victims. But now that 8 million follower empire that she had, dust, banned, obliterated, along with 8 other accounts in a single month. And Adriel's got a conspiracy theory of her own, a corrupt TikTok employee, paid off by a rival influencer she snubbed, pulled the plug on her reign. She waved a blurry screenshot of a threatening message in one of her videos, proof of nothing but her own delusions. Meanwhile, the internet's got receipts. She's a rule breaker. She waved a blurry screenshot of a threatening message in one of her videos, proof of nothing but her own delusions. Meanwhile, the internet's got receipts. She's a rule breaker, a content creator who'd violate terms of service just to spite the algorithm. Adriel's not just an influencer. She's a force of destruction, sucking in everyone dumb enough to be around her. She's scammed teens out of thousands of dollars with her fake GoFundMe sob stories. She's peddled thirst traps to kids. Yes, kids. Twirling her hair and showing skin like it's a PG-13 striptease. She's turned her own family into punching bags, airing their dirtiest laundry for clout, while wishing death on her ex and calling her son a permanent trauma. What a mother. And the paranoia? Oh, it's next level. She has claims of stalking cops, kidnapped grannies, screaming chihuahuas. She's got enemies everywhere, and they're all jealous of her hot girl glow. This woman's convinced she's a martyr, a misunderstood genius in a world too petty to handle her shine. But she's wrong, and we're about to prove it. By the time we're done, you'll be left aghast, laughing, maybe even screaming. Because Adriel's spiral is a spectacle. Is she a scammer? A narcissist? A predator in vegan clothing? We're ripping the mask off layer by unhinged layer. And trust me, you won't believe the monster underneath. This is the untold, unfiltered, unholy saga of Adriel Sigler. And it starts right now. Adriel Sigler didn't stumble into TikTok fame. She strode in with a plan. Born in Pennsylvania, she spent her early career as a public school teacher, a gig she held until May 2022. That's when she packed up and moved to Jamestown, New York. There she reinvented herself as Vegan Riz, a full-time influencer. Her story was that she resigned from teaching to escape an abusive relationship, chasing a dream of social media stardom. By her own account, she hit it big fast. Her main TikTok account swelled to over 1 million followers, mostly young teenagers, drawn to her vegan lifestyle rants and quirky persona. She claimed to make earnings of up to $1,300 a day from the TikTok Creator Fund, boasted about cracking the platform's top 230 influencers, and flaunted her new life as a single mom who'd made it. On paper, it's an inspiring pivot. Small-town teacher to digital darling, shedding 80 pounds and a toxic past along the way.
She was also a former teacher who claimed to have resigned in May of 2022, where she says that she left her ex and moved to New York, resigned as a teacher, and became an influencer.
She leaned hard into her brand. Vegan Riz wasn't just a handle, it was a lifestyle she sold to her fans. She'd post about dropping the weight, calling herself a hot girl who now faced the same jealousy hot women get, a phrase she repeated like a mantra. Her content mixed vegan preaching with oddball flexes, singing about her rare blonde armpit hair, firing a cash gun to show off her earnings, even twirling her hair in flirty co-host battles. She told followers she had left teaching because students spread rumors about her looks. Too pretty for the classroom, she implied. And in Jamestown, she played the big fish in a small pond, claiming that the locals envied her TikTok glow. People in this small town are jealous of my following, she'd say, framing herself as a misunderstood starlet in a sea of haters.
I'm a survivor of domestic violence. I escaped and moved out of state.
But the shine didn't last. Her 1 million follower account was gone overnight, banned by TikTok, along with 8 others she ran, all wiped out in a single month. Adriel had an explanation ready. A rival influencer, scorned by her refusal to collaborate, paid off a corrupt TikTok employee to nuke her empire. She flashed a screenshot of a threatening message, vague, unverified, and conveniently light on details, as her smoking gun. She insisted that they are out to get her, doubling down on her victim narrative, but the internet wasn't buying it. Redditors dug deeper, pointing to a simpler truth. Adriel's content broke rules repeatedly. From begging for gifts on live streams to posting questionable stunts, she was a walking violation report. To sum it up, she was not banned for a conspiracy. She's banned because she can't stop pushing the line. There are even communities on Reddit that claim to have jointly reported her accounts on TikTok. The cracks were there from the start. Her rise wasn't built on talent or authenticity. It was a house of cards, propped up by teenage devotion and an audience with a knack for controversy. She'd beg them for donations despite bragging about cash flow, flaunting stacks while crying broke. Her fans, mostly kids, didn't see the hustle. They saw a hero, and the account bans were just the first domino. Adriel Sigler was about to show the world who she really was, and it wasn't pretty.
I just had my whole car fixed. I took my kids back to summer shopping. I paid my rent for 4 months. I am now down to X amount of dollars. I'm not going to say how much money I have left, but I'm going to tell you right now it is not enough to move. And I don't even know if I'd get approved if I apply to rent somewhere.
Adriel Sigler's rise was a shaky ladder of ego and ambition, but her scams? That's where she turned TikTok into her personal gold mine by executing a grift so shameless it'd make a Nigerian prince blush. By May 2024, Adriel had honed a strategy that preyed on her million-strong army of followers. Her masterpiece was a $30,000 GoFundMe campaign dubbed Emergency Move, which launched after claiming her son was viciously attacked in Jamestown, New York. She went live, mascara streaking down her face, voice cracking with desperation. He was jumped by 10 people, assaulted, robbed. Our lives were threatened, she said frantically on a live stream.
I had to hang up my call with 911 because they said they have no one available and I can't find my son. What happened?
Her story was that her son was missing a few hours after school had closed for the day, and that he wasn't picking her calls. She then panics and calls 911 but can't reach them. Still in a frenzy, she decides to drive to the school to look for him, and there she sees a group of 10 kids surrounding her son in a somewhat confrontational manner, and automatically assume that they are jumping him. As expected, she rushes to post on TikTok first, giving her viewers real-time updates on the happenings. She posts clips of her son with his face muddy, shirt ripped, shoulder bruised, claiming he almost lost his life in the woods near his middle school. She also goes on saying that she is a single mother in the state of New York, and it's incredibly expensive to move, not just herself, but her children, adding that she needed to do whatever she could to keep them safe. Her fans, probably kids with stars in their eyes, rushed to her rescue, flooding the GoFundMe with thousands until it hit that $30,000 mark. Adriel had them hook, line, and sinker.
I am in a very scary situation. I'm putting a GoFundMe together. If you don't want to help, you don't have to. If it bothers you, that I just want to be living somewhere safe.
But hold the phone, because this wasn't a tragedy. It was a con, and a sloppy one at that. The gang attack she milked for sympathy wasn't 10 kids jumping her innocent boy. No, it was a one-on-one fight he planned and started, sparked by his own actions. The unedited footage, which surfaced later thanks to sleuthing TikTokers, shows her son throwing the first 2 punches, fists flying before the chaos erupts. A girl's voice screams, "That's what you get for touching me," a detail Adriel conveniently snipped out.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you, the cameraman, and there is someone dressed in brown watching. Obviously, I can't show the whole thing. So there's like 11 of you, not 10. The numbers just keep going up. 11 of you. 11 of you. And how many of us showing love and support for my son? I think that number is way higher than 11. That's just a hunch.
Turns out her son allegedly assaulted multiple girls beforehand, a bombshell dropped by a former babysitter and corroborated by whispers on Reddit. Adriel didn't just edit the video, she rewrote the narrative, casting her son as a helpless victim as the other kids are a gang of criminals. She took it further, even doxing them to her million followers, posting their names with their faces, even driving by one boy's house to film his porch. She branded them thugs, threats, monsters, all while her fans cheered her justice. The details of the scam were audacious. She claimed she needed $30,000 urgently for a move due to their lives being in danger. She explained the need to find a home quickly, highlighting hurdles like application fees, movers, and junk removal. She also mentioned the competitive market and the need to pay off a lease to stand out. She portrayed herself as a desperate single mom racing against time, with her kids too scared to attend school due to gang-related threats. However, inconsistencies were evident. She had recently boasted about paying rent through September for both the house and garage. She then stated, "Had I known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have paid that far in advance," as if a lack of foresight was her only issue. Redditors quickly pointed out that moving costs don't reach $30,000, even with the first and last month's rent. And then there's the kicker. Mid-campaign with donations still rolling in, Adriel posts pics from a solo mom vacation in Florida. Sun, sand, and a smug grin. "I needed to get away," she cooed, while her fans footed the bill for a crisis that didn't exist. Previously, Adriel had also run a GoFundMe campaign for her son's braces, falsely claiming that her TikTok earnings of approximately $1,300 per day were insufficient to cover the cost of insurance, and that orthodontics require full payment up front. She continued to play the broke mom card, complaining about the high cost of braces. Commenters quickly pointed out that orthodontics typically offer monthly payment plans and don't demand full payment up front. One parent even mentioned that their child's braces only cost $200 per month, questioning Adriel's honesty and further adding that she probably has the money for the braces but wouldn't want to spend it on her son. Undeterred, Adriel persisted in her begging and continued to profit from her lies. She would go live, pleading for video gifts and claiming she needed approval, all while flaunting stacks of cash from her prop gun. Her fans remained oblivious to her deceitful tactics, viewing her as a star and continuing to fund her schemes. Adriel's primary financial support comes from young followers, some as young as 13, who are caught in a parasocial relationship with her. She manipulates them on TikTok Live using tactics like co-host battles and sob stories, only to turn cold and block them for minor infractions like asking a question. This emotional manipulation has caused concern among Redditors, who point to the declining state of teen mental health since the pandemic and the potential for actions to trigger breakdowns. Statistics support their concerns, highlighting the all-time low in teen mental health and the dangers of Adriel's emotional manipulation. It gets uglier. In August 2024, she's caught red-handed in private chats with minors, dishing out parenting advice, medical tips, even urging them to defy their parents. "Don't do what they say," she'd say, voice dripping with authority. "You don't need to listen to them." Her fan base, mostly teens, ate it up, idolizing her as a rebel mom. But the internet saw through it. The predatory behavior, grooming scandal. She's in group chats with kids giving life advice? What's next? Adriel didn't back off. She just kept streaming, kept begging. Her scam eventually fell apart under investigation. The involvement of Adriel's son was revealed by victims' families, showing the April 25th allegations and the May 2nd fight were planned. As donors realized the deception, refund requests increased, but Adriel still kept a significant amount of the money. Despite this, she moved to a new house to start over, but quickly compromised her safety by posting a picture that revealed her address. This led to another plea for sympathy, highlighting her lack of digital literacy and overwhelming greed. Her actions demonstrate a recurring pattern of deception, begging, and profiting, with her young fans being the true victims as she influences them toward a similar lifestyle. By mid-2024, Adriel Sigler, also known as Vegan Riz, had transformed her TikTok presence into a source of cringeworthy, controversial, and disturbing content aimed at teenagers. She wasn't just a scammer. She had become a one-woman content factory, using her platform to share overly sexualized content, inflammatory posts, and bizarre displays that raised questions about her grasp on reality. Sigler's million followers were subjected to a constant stream of inappropriate and unhinged content that she presented as entertainment. During live streams, she would appear in revealing outfits, twirling her hair and cooing, "This is for the teens." While her fans cheered, the rest of the internet was repulsed by her behavior. The 33-year-old mother was clearly crossing lines, seemingly unaware of her inappropriate actions.
A lot of people ask, Adriel, why don't you wear deodorant and why don't you shave your armpits? Well, the two are not connected. I don't shave my armpits for aesthetic reasons. I think they look good. I don't wear deodorant, and I've said this several times, because if you smell bad in your armpits, that means you're putting something in your body that's toxic, and your body is releasing those toxins. You smell like what you eat.
Let's break down the catalog of chaos. One video has her chewing food obnoxiously loud, zooming the camera into her mouth, ASMR for her fans.
Alex, the best brand of vegan chicken is Dairy. Oh, okay, Jim, thanks. Haley, you have to add salt to their vegan chili. It's not very salty. It doesn't bring out the flavor. It's good. Hi, Paula. Connie, thanks for the follow. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mary B. Sabrina, I've never had an acai bowl. Ashley, thanks for the follow. Hi, Rye. Thanks for the follow. Hi, Connie. Hi, Kat.
Another clip, she's live with another creator who is obviously a younger guy, and they're having conversations around sexual acts that are inappropriate for the kids in her audience.
Yeah? You used both of your hands.
Yes. Wait.
What?
The answer is yes.
Have you ever hawked to it before?
No, I don't spit loogies on bleeps. I don't go.
Answer the question.
Who does that?
Have you ever hawked to it before?
No.
Okay.
hate sex.
Her live streams were a circus of their own. She'd go on for hours, sometimes as much as 6, battling co-hosts, begging for gifts, and dishing out life advice to her teen-heavy chat. She consistently used rage bait to provoke reactions, posting rants about haters and taunting locals in Jamestown, claiming they were jealous of her TikTok fame. She mocked her previous teaching career, stating that students spread rumors about her because she was too pretty. Additionally, she baited rivals by stitching their roasts with smug rebuttals. Her provocative behavior led to TikTok banning 8 of her accounts in a month, including her main account with 1 million followers. She claimed a TikTok employee was bribed to take her down, but Redditors dismissed her excuse, stating that her content violated community guidelines with thirst traps for kids, begging, and slurs. The creepiest layer, her obsession with teens wasn't just content, it was personal. She admitted on live, "I went through trauma at 16, so I'm stuck there mentally." Yeah, it showed. Her hair twirling, her flirty banter, her homie hopper songs, all aimed at kids who saw her as a big sister. She'd vent about motherhood. "I hate being a mom. They never leave me alone." While her son and daughter sulked behind her, props in her pity party. She'd chat with minors about their lives, their crushes, their fights with parents. Building trust, she'd exploit. "I'm your role model," she'd say, then block them if they didn't pay up. A TikToker summed it up. "She's not a mom figure. She's a predator in a miniskirt." Her fans didn't see it. They sent gifts, begged for attention, while she cashed in on their naivete. By late 2024, Adriel's popularity had plummeted. Her bans accumulated, her views dropped significantly, and she resorted to platforms like YouTube and Favored, where she barely garnered any engagement. Her once devoted teenage fanbase dwindled as some matured and others became disillusioned. Despite this, Adriel remained defiant, refusing to adapt, and instead intensifying her controversial rhetoric. She proclaimed that cancel culture couldn't affect her, but her words fell on deaf ears. Her attempts to maintain relevance through provocative content and outlandish claims only served to highlight her desperation. The once captivating magic surrounding her had vanished. She had built an empire on cringe-worthy content, and it was collapsing. Nevertheless, she persisted in streaming, pleading, and performing, as stopping would mean confronting the consequences of her actions. Adriel's scams and cringe-worthy behavior were undoubtedly attention-grabbing, but it was her paranoia that transformed her TikTok presence into a self-proclaimed conspiracy thriller. By mid-2024, she had constructed a world filled with imagined adversaries, law enforcement, neighbors, strangers, even dogs, all supposedly envious of her vegan Riz lifestyle. She didn't merely perceive threats, she fabricated them, documenting every interaction with the fervor of someone convinced of impending doom. Her dwindling but devoted followers eagerly consumed the drama, while the rest of the internet witnessed a woman's mental unraveling in real time. Her behavior was no longer merely eccentric, it was a descent into a distorted reality where every shadow was a stalker and every sound a threat. Adriel's paranoia-fueled chronicles offer a disturbing glimpse into a world warped by her own anxieties. The situation began with a routine traffic stop where Adriel ran a red light, though she claimed it was yellow. She filmed the interaction, accusing the trooper of harassment, while the trooper remained calm. Days later, Adriel went live again, alleging that the same trooper was tailing her home from the gym. She posted the video on TikTok, and her fans rallied to her defense. However, she was pulled over again for not wearing a seatbelt and claimed it was further proof of stalking. The trooper's response was simply to tell her to wear her seatbelt. This led to online mockery, with people suggesting she was a bad driver, not a victim of stalking. Adriel continued to insist that the trooper was obsessed and jealous, framing routine traffic enforcement as a personal vendetta. The Wegmans kidnapping incident illustrates a concerning example of prejudice and paranoia. Adriel observed a black man assisting an elderly white woman into a car with dealer plates in the Wegmans parking lot. Assuming the worst, she began filming, zooming in on the man's face and narrating her suspicions based on his out-of-state business card.
Okay, and I took what they said seriously because it was sounding pretty serious. Does what happen often? Pranks? I mean, dude. I take things seriously when they're on my front doorstep. No, I've never had Jehovah's Witnesses knock on my door before.
Adriel posted the video to TikTok with the caption, "Possible kidnapping, help." Her followers reacted strongly, urging her to call the police. However, the woman's son clarified the situation, explaining that the man was his mother's caregiver and that she had dementia. Despite this, Adriel remained defiant, insisting that she was simply a concerned citizen and that they should thank her. Her refusal to apologize and her implicit bias sparked outrage, where users criticized her for jumping to conclusions based on race. Adriel's defense that she was merely vigilant rather than racist was unconvincing, and further highlighted the problematic nature of her actions. Adriel, in a frenzy, heard screams from her neighbor's house and immediately started filming on her phone. Convinced a woman was trapped in the basement, she called the police multiple times, demanding action. When the officers arrived, they discovered the source of the screams was a chihuahua in a crate left alone by its owners. Undeterred by the reality of the situation, Adriel posted the entire ordeal online, complaining about wasting her resources on a false alarm. The irony was not lost on her followers, who reminded her of the incident when her own home was swatted due to a fake call.
The 911 call from yesterday morning I caught on camera, I recorded. Well, unfortunately, it was so terrifying to experience what I experienced as a mother. I was in such a panic, I didn't even think to record the 911 calls with my son. So if anyone could help, my name is Adriel Sigler. Let me know if you get those 911 calls. This is terrifying.
Adriel's outrage over the false report against her was palpable, demanding the arrest of the perpetrators. However, social media users were quick to point out her hypocrisy, highlighting her own unnecessary 911 call over the chihuahua. Adriel's defense, that she heard screams and believed someone was in danger, fell flat as users ridiculed her for the glaring flaw in her logic. The incident was widely mocked online, solidifying Adriel's reputation for being dramatic and unreasonable. Next, in a 40-video outburst, Adriel had a meltdown at a local coffee shop. The owner politely asked her to stop filming, as is their right as a private business. But Adriel took it as a personal attack. She claimed discrimination and insisted that as a public figure, she had the right to film. She proceeded to fat-shame the owner and encourage her followers to boycott the coffee shop. The shop's TikTok was flooded with hate comments, forcing the owner to clarify that they simply didn't allow filming. Adriel continued to rant, making it clear that she uses paranoia as a weapon to attack others. The peak of Adriel's paranoia spiral came with her move on August 22, 2024. 2 days after leaving the GoFundMe scam house, she posted a picture outside her new home with the front door visible. Due to her carelessness, her address was immediately leaked. She went live claiming that haters had tracked her down and that she and her kids weren't safe. She connected this to the swatting incident at her old house, but the internet's response was that she had posted her own house online. She had also filmed her car, street, and gym, leaving digital breadcrumbs that were easy to follow. She claimed that she was a target because she was famous, ignoring her own role in the situation. Her paranoia is also connected to her bans from TikTok. She would show a vague screenshot claiming that a TikTok employee bribed by a rival had deleted her 8 accounts. She claimed that they couldn't handle her success, but her paranoia painted a picture where everyone was the enemy. She believed that cops were stalking her, neighbors were hiding captives, coffee shops were banning her, and strangers were kidnapping grannies, all because she was too famous. She ranted about Jamestown, claiming that the small town was obsessed with her and jealous of her, even though it was unlikely that a city of 28,000 people cared about her cash gun. TikTokers responded that no one was jealous and that she was a train wreck. By late 2024, her live streams had become echo chambers with few viewers, where she screamed into the void. She vowed to never stop, a paranoid queen on a crumbling throne.
I need you to see this video. I have been trying to reach you. My attorneys have been trying to reach you. There is an influencer with a dirty employee who is a dirty TikTok representative and a dirty Snapchat rep. This influencer wanted me to continue collaborating with him. After I blocked him, he couldn't take no for an answer, and he kept threatening me. He blackmailed me for a month last year. This year, I wasn't going to tolerate it when I tried making things right with him.
Adriel Sigler's scams and paranoia were publicly displayed, but the damage to her family was a private matter that she exploited on TikTok for attention. Her relatives were not just bystanders, they were casualties in her quest for online engagement, exposed to her dwindling followers without any consideration for the consequences. She berated her grandmother, disparaged her mother, wished death upon her ex, and used her son and daughter for sympathy and personal gain. This was not the behavior of a struggling single mother. It was a narcissist harming her own family for views, leaving her children to deal with the trauma. Her fans may have seen a martyr, but the internet saw a monster. Adriel's family saga is a disturbing story that cannot be forgotten. During a May 2024 GoFundMe scam livestream, Adriel weaponized her grandmother's concern as part of her pity ploy. When her grandmother called, worried about Adriel's claims of being assaulted, Adriel responded hysterically, claiming she could die and that they were being threatened. Despite her grandmother's attempts to calm her, Adriel escalated the situation, screaming about being famous and targeted. She then abruptly hung up, turning to the camera to lament her grandmother's supposed lack of care and her own isolation. While fans offered support in the chat, Reddit users criticized Adriel for exploiting her elderly grandmother for attention. Unfazed, Adriel continued to portray her grandmother as another detractor who is oblivious to her struggles. The call was not a genuine plea for help, but rather a calculated performance, with her grandmother becoming the first victim of Adriel's manipulative tactics.
I have had it, and I don't care if I'm on there.
Okay.
That's enough.
I've had it too. It's exhausting
just
cleaning
stop
up
it.
after everyone.
You're not cleaning up after everybody.
Oh, really?
You did last night.
I did, and I did the first night too. And you sat there and you watched me do it for 2 hours. And it was like excessive.
We're done talking about it now. Okay? We are done talking.
So
We are done talking about it, I said.
it would have been prevented if my method would have been respected, clean as you go along.
We're done talking, you're gonna go
It's not ethical or fair to put everyone's workload onto one person. And I was I was very nice and doing a favor by doing everyone else's cleaning the first night.
Who did all the cooking yesterday? Who did all the cooking?
Yes, and you clean as you go along when you cook, and everyone knows that. Just like I do on Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'll bake like 6 plates, 7 plates, and I clean as I go along. There's no excuse.
This video features a live argument between Adriel and her grandmother. The disagreement stems from Adriel's discussion of household chores and her grandmother's disapproval of being mentioned to Adriel's fans. Her mom's text, a bombshell Adriel drops like it's casual gossip. Fans are shook. The chat explodes as gifs and line emojis flood the screen. But then weeks later, she does a complete 180. Out of nowhere, she announces that Mom's staying with us now. She's helping. First, she calls her mom a monster, then invites her into the house with her kids? Adriel just shrugs it off. It's complicated. I need the support. The internet loses it. TikTokers call her out. You're either lying or endangering your kids. Pick one. But Adriel, she never explains. Instead, she keeps streaming, cashing in on the drama while her kids sleep under the same roof as the woman she called a monster.
If your parent was a pedophile, would you let them come live in your home? If you'd claimed for years that they assaulted your children and assaulted other children in their neighborhood, etc., would you let them come live in your home with your own children?
My mom came here to visit. I'm so grateful because
if what Siggy has posted on the internet and said for years is true about her mom, she just put her own kids at risk. So I'm going to lay this out for you step by step with proof. Pause to read, but this is a blog from 2015 where she went as Ariel Sigler. She clearly states that her mom was a PDF file and that she had taught her 4-year-old son to do some very bad things. This is a post that she made on Bookface, stating the same thing. And this is proof that it was her screen name. Better yet, let's hear it out of her own mouth.
have nothing over me. They groom children, they watch their family members groom children, and they allow it to go on. And I've allowed it to go on until this point in time, because I'm no longer your scapegoat. I used to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to keep my mouth shut anymore.
So on top of all this proof, she's even told people about it, friends, people that she grew up with.
It's a very messy situation with her mother. Many speculate that Adriel made up all those stories about her mom being a pedo and sex offender. Her ex gets the darkest wish. She's on live, venting about her kid's dad, saying things like, "I hope he flips his car and decapitates himself. I'd love to see that." She claims he's the abusive ghost of her past, the reason she quit teaching and ran to Jamestown. "He's why my son's a product of rape," she says, dropping that bomb to millions without proof or pause. Adriel says fans applaud her so-called bravery as she shares her son's origin story, weaponizing it for views. But her son is visibly uncomfortable in the video. She continues to berate her ex, calling him trash and blaming him for ruining their lives. This has caused backlash on Reddit, with users calling her out for airing her trauma without her son's consent. A TikToker stitched her video, highlighting the potential harm caused by Adriel publicly wishing death upon her ex. Adriel responded to the criticism by claiming that people are just jealous of her honesty, seemingly justifying her actions. Adriel Sigler frequently airs her frustrations with motherhood on social media, often using her children as props in her online rants. In one instance, she publicly shamed her 13-year-old son for forgetting a $600 ski pass for a school trip, calling him a leech and lamenting the financial burden he placed on her. Despite boasting about her wealth, she berated him for his mistake, drawing criticism from viewers who accused her of shaming him for being a kid. In another incident, she neglected to pick up her daughter from dance class, choosing instead to FaceTime and complain about the challenges of motherhood. Her daughter's pleas to stop filming were met with indifference, as Adriel prioritized her online persona over her daughter's well-being. These incidents have sparked outrage among online communities, with many condemning Adriel for exploiting her children for social media attention and neglecting her parental responsibilities. It gets so bad that her grandmother had to call her and plead with her to stop making content with the family.
So I'm just beside myself, and Grandpa, I could tell he was tired. Just because I'm telling you this, I hope you're not recording this right now.
I kind of want to because
Grandpa and I are upset enough. No more posting up on our family, please. No, please. Do not post anything.
Oh,
don't start talking crazy. You're gonna do not record this.
I am.
Huh?
I am. You have to. There's something needs to open your eyes to.
Somebody needs to open up your eyes. When I request.
Bye.
Something that
Bro,
pertains to
tell me not to make videos. Otherwise, I'll move.
But not about me.
Oh, they're not about you.
Or your mother.
I don't, but this one is. Because I'm fed up. I really don't want to get even more upset than I already am. Like, I feel so bullied. Bullied.
The son of Adriel Sigler was involved in a fight, which she claims was an assault. However, a former babysitter alleges that her son had assaulted multiple girls, and the fights on April 25th and May 2nd were acts of retaliation. Adriel denied these accusations, stating that her son was jumped by 10 kids, and she edited videos to conceal her son's involvement in the violence. She claims that her son is now permanently traumatized and is now being bullied at school. However, commenters suggest that he's being bullied not because of his mother's fame, but because of her behavior, with kids calling him Vegan Riz's son and referring to his mother as a clown. She admits that her son is now rude and talks back, and she's even begged him to stop during live streams, but she continues to film his misery. TikTokers have warned that she's raising a child who will hate her, and many believe that he's justified in feeling that way. Adriel complains that her daughter is always asking for things like rides and food, then boasts about earning $215 an hour and dismisses critics. She claims being a single mom is difficult, but her kids have asked her to stop mentioning them during live streams. She dismisses therapy, claiming she's fine, but her children are not. She uses them to gain attention online. Her son's rape story and her daughter's delayed development are exploited for views, while she does nothing to actively correct the damage she's causing in their lives. The consequences of Adriel's actions became harsh by the end of 2024. Her son faced ostracization due to assault rumors fueled by her lies, while her daughter became withdrawn, expressing a hatred for the camera, yet Adriel continued filming. During live streams, she yelled at her children for ruining her vibe while they pleaded for peace. Her fan base dwindled, with viewers finding her too much, but she attributed the decline to jealousy. Online commentators labeled her a narcissist, criticizing her for exploiting her children for views, and urged her to seek help. Adriel remained defiant, vowing to never stop, a declaration that seemed less like defiance and more like a guarantee of continued harm to her family. Adriel Sigler's story isn't just a deep dive, it's a plunge into the abyss of a woman who turned TikTok into her personal empire of chaos, only to watch it crumble under the weight of her own lies. We've peeled back every layer of this small-town scammer who clawed her way to 1 million followers, then torched it all with scams, cringe, paranoia, and a family fallout that'd make a reality show blush. TikTok star Vegan Riz, a former Pennsylvania teacher, rose to fame and fortune by sharing her vegan weight loss journey. However, her success was overshadowed by accusations of grifting, narcissism, and predatory behavior. This marks not the end of her story, but a pause in her dramatic downfall. Say hello to Jess Stewart, better known online as Micro Bakery Girl. And now she's at the center of one of the weirdest dramas the baking world has ever seen.
Do you have something that you just absolutely love to bake?
Yes, she built her brand in the cozy world of sourdough bread making. And once you hear what she's been up to, you'll be asking the same question we did. Why? Why is Jess charging hundreds of dollars for sourdough courses that people claim are just recycled TikToks and Instagram? Why is she allegedly deleting comments and blocking critics faster than you can say hydration ratio? And why is the bread community of all places suddenly divided like a poorly sliced boule? And that's just the beginning. Jess's story is part of a much bigger trend, turning niche hobbies into cash cows, one viral video at a time. It might sound ridiculous, but trust us, there's money, manipulation, and a bit of madness baked into this story. So let's get into it. Now, before we move into the controversial part, let's take a look at the Micro Bakery Girl story. And just a little reminder for this video, I'll be using the names Micro Bakery Girl and Jess Stewart interchangeably. Micro Bakery Girl's Instagram account was created in November 2024. As of now, she has over 130,000 followers. That's right, in less than a year, she's already racked up a following that would make most influencers foam at the mouth. Now, when you take a quick scroll through her page, the aesthetic is very much what you'd expect. Soft lighting, neutral tones, and calming music playing over montages of her kneading dough in a clean, cozy kitchen. It's giving cottagecore meets Pinterest board in the best way. Now, the very first video on her page is, unsurprisingly, just her making bread. And not in a flashy commercial bakery kind of way either. More like, I'm a woman of peace and sourdough starter kind of way. And from there, you'll find out that every other video has that same relaxing vibe, slow, satisfying, and shot like an indie movie. And yes, the background music is your standard soothing track that plays in every aesthetic TikTok ever made. Now, you'd think a new Instagram or TikTok account would enjoy a brief moment of peace before attracting any drama, but that wasn't the case for Jess. Less than 2 weeks after launching her profile, the controversies began. In fact, it got so intense that if you search Micro Bakery Girl on TikTok, all you'll find are scandal after scandal. Now, believe me when I tell you, that's just a tip. Because immediately after she launched the last video you saw, Jess's account shifted from just showing bread to basically offering free tutorials on how to live your soft girl baking fantasy. In one caption she writes, "Know the feminine urge to open a bakery that's also a bookshop and sells flowers? Well, this is my version of that."
Know the feminine urge to open a bakery that's also a bookshop and sells flowers? Well, this is my version of that. Welcome to my micro bakery, a small-scale, home-based bakery that I run right from my home kitchen that I've called the Little Loaf. I may not have a shop on Main Street with big bay windows, but every morning I step into my micro bakery, I feel like I'm living in a romance book. It's just me, the smell of fresh bread in my oven, and that quiet sense of magic that comes from making something with my own hands. I have a small stand outside where I display my baked goods for customers to pick up, along with a little library filled with free books and a basket full of flowers. I didn't need to invest in a big commercial kitchen or rent a space. I simply used the tools that I already had, keeping my costs low and focusing on the fun stuff, creating delicious treats. And it's actually working. My neighbors and friends regularly stop by when I open each weekend, ready to pick up their favorites. This little setup has become more than I ever expected. It's a way to bring joy to my community, share something that I love, and make a little extra money on the side too. So if you've ever felt the urge to start something of your own, just know that you don't need a storefront or a huge budget. Sometimes the dream that you've been waiting for can begin right where you are now, with what you already have.
So from that video, Jess introduced her brand, and according to her, she runs a home-based micro bakery called The Little Loaf. It's just her in the kitchen baking fresh bread while the world outside is quiet. She's got a self-serve stand outside with baskets of baked goods, a mini library, and even free flowers. Think fairy tale, but with gluten. Now, if this sounds too dreamy to be true, just wait, because this whole aesthetic is part of a much larger narrative. She openly talks in her videos about how she was financially struggling before she started this business. Apparently, she took a chance, started baking at home, and in just a few weeks, boom, full-time income, beautiful home, and a rapidly growing online brand. She's not shy about saying it either. This is now her career.
A little while back, I was looking for a fun way to make some extra money without having to leave home, and I found it in the most unexpected place. As much as I loved my job as a graphic designer, I always felt like something was missing. And to be completely honest, money had been a little tight for me too. That's when I saw a group of girls on Instagram running a micro bakery right out of their home kitchen. The second I saw it, I knew that was exactly what I wanted to do too. So I dove right in. My kitchen quickly became a flurry of activity, flour everywhere, my oven was working overtime, and the smell of fresh bread and cookies was filling the air. And after a few weeks of perfecting my recipes, I set up a small stand outside of my home with a little library filled with free books and a basket full of flowers. I was so nervous. Would anyone even stop by? But then something amazing happened. One by one, my neighbors actually started showing up, and soon there was a small line, and I was handing out loaves and cookies faster than I could have ever imagined. That very first day, I sold out of everything. And what started as a simple idea has now turned into a small home business that I genuinely love.
Now, what makes this even more fascinating is how polished the whole thing is. Every frame looks like it was lifted straight out of an interior design magazine. This isn't just a girl selling bread, this is a full-blown brand. And whether it's organic success or something a bit more curated, one thing is clear. The micro bakery girl knows exactly what she's doing. So, is this even legal? Okay, so let's back it up a bit. Once Jess started popping up on everyone's feed with these wholesome bread loaves and soft girl aesthetic captions, people had questions. And not like, what's your starter recipe questions. Now, these questions were actually asking her if it was legal to do such. Because let's be real, she's clearly making money, like a lot of money. Selling loaves from your house sounds cute, but it also sounds a little sketchy if you don't know the laws. But Jess had an answer ready. In one of her videos, she's like, "Let me introduce you to my micro bakery. Now I know what you might be thinking. Wait, are home bakeries even legal?" And they sure are, all thanks to something called cottage food laws. Then Jess goes ahead to show us the cost of everything she mentions. According to her, these laws make it perfectly legal to sell homemade bread, cookies, brownies, whatever, right from your kitchen. Sounds simple, right? And yes, the laws vary from state to state, but the way Jess presents it, it's almost like anyone can just start printing sourdough and cash from their kitchen counter. But here's where things start to heat up faster than an overproofed bull. Because just a few months into launching this account, Jess decided it was time to become not just a baker, but a baking mentor. That's right, she dropped the bomb. She's launching a full-on online course, and she made this known in a particular mind-blowing video on her Instagram page. Now, in this video, Jess just went about blabbing up and down, nothing serious, but what actually stood out was the caption. It reads, "It's official. I'm launching my brand new online course, Micro Bakery School, on my birthday, January 13th. This is the program that's going to help you turn your love for baking into a profitable micro bakery from the comfort of your home. And it's going to be oh so good. I'm pouring my heart and soul into the course and community to make it the most comprehensive micro bakery program ever created. I'm talking 47 step-by-step video lessons, along with done-for-you branding kits, ready-made menus and best-selling recipes, copy and paste social media marketing templates, an online community filled with other amazing micro bakery school students, and so much more. It's everything you'll need to start, run, and grow a micro bakery. If you're excited to join when the time comes, here's your next step. Comment waiting below, and I'll message you the link to join my waiting list, so you get 50% off during launch week. You have to be following for me to send you the link, so follow first, then comment waiting, and I'll send the link right away. I can't wait to help you start this incredible journey. Now, this looks nice, someone taking a step further and expanding their brand. But then people started digging, because it wasn't just the course that was new, everything was new. Jess herself says she just got into sourdough recently, and when someone asked her, "How many years of experience do you have in baking sourdough and in having a micro bakery?" her response was, "I started baking sourdough for friends last fall and began taking it more seriously this summer. Then I moved in with my in-laws in September, and we turned one of their spare rooms into the baking room, built the bread stand out front, and I created the Little Loaf brand." So, as you can see, Jess had like 4 to 5 months of experience before turning around and selling a full-blown course to other aspiring bakers. People understandably had thoughts. And here's where it gets even weirder, because apparently this story she mentioned here about the in-laws in the spare room, that wasn't the original version. According to some internet detectives, that part of the story changed over time. But we'll get into that later, so don't worry, we're just getting started. So here's where the drama really starts. And like I said earlier, everything started when she announced she was launching a sourdough micro bakery school. And that's when things got messy. You see, at the time, Jess said she had little or no public track record in the business world. And here she was suddenly selling a course like an expert. Now, plenty of creators do this. There's nothing wrong there. But this is how it happens when they make such a post. Their fellow influencers do a background check and endorse them when the check is over and verified. But when it came to the micro bakery girl's turn, a TikToker named Sourdough by Sid wasn't buying it. Now, Sourdough did her background check, and what she found was alarming. She posted a video warning people not to fall for what she saw as a scam. But it did not end there, because if you check what was just said, Jess claims to have started her micro bakery between September and November, and by January, just a few months later, she's charging people to learn how to do the same. So the math just doesn't math. How can you charge people very highly to teach them something you are yet to master properly? Well, to understand this properly, let's take a look at how much this micro bakery girl charges. Well, she charges $200 for registration alone. Now, the price of the fee is not yet known, but if you do the math properly, the fee should be around $600 to $900. Now, this is way too much for someone with no experience. But here comes the twist. What if I shocked you and told you that what you just saw is not entirely true? There's more to the story. Because when she posted that on her website, many supported Jess and some argued that she was wrong. This led to a serious debate until a user on LinkedIn brought the truth behind the pricing to us. The post read, "How Micro Bakery Girl Became the Biggest Instagram Scam of 2025. After her growth came her big pitch, a $2,050 online course, later sold at a discount for $497, that promised to teach others how to do the same. Hundreds of followers jumped at the chance, convinced they could achieve financial freedom through baking. But there was a problem. Her success story wasn't entirely real. Red flags in the community backlash. As more people enrolled in her course, skepticism grew. Here's what the baking community and internet sleuths discovered. 1. Her micro bakery wasn't actually running when she launched the course. When she sold baked goods briefly, she quickly pivoted to selling the course rather than operating an actual bakery. 2. She lacked proper licensing. She claimed to be a legally registered cottage food business, but records showed she only applied for her permit after being called out online. 3. Her course was overpriced and filled with generic advice. Buyers expected step-by-step guidance on running a bakery, but many reported that the material was vague and basic. 4. She ignored critical challenges of the industry. Running a successful bakery involves food safety laws, local regulations, and operational costs, topics she barely addressed. 5. She was monetizing a dream, not a skill. Instead of being a baking expert, she mastered the art of selling a lifestyle. So I had to scrap out some things from this article because we already talked about them in this video. But you can see from this article that Jess actually intended to collect $2,050 for a course that was not even launched yet. Honestly, this is pure fraud, but it doesn't end there. So the first big red flag that Sid mentioned was the inconsistencies with Jess's location. Jess had originally stated she was running her business from one state, but receipts from book orders and product shipments told a different story. Sid chose not to reveal the state for privacy reasons, but the implication was clear. Something didn't add up. From there, things only got worse. Jess reportedly claimed that her micro bakery called Little Loaf brought in a full-time income. Bold claim. Except when Sid searched for the business, there was nothing. No official website, no Yelp page, no Facebook or Instagram for the bakery itself.
Her micro bakery makes her a full-time income, and it is under the name Little Loaf again. But if you search Little Loaf, and there is no such business that exists. There's actually not one anywhere that you can find on Facebook, Instagram, or anywhere. Though she does have a micro bakery account where she is selling her micro bakery school course, she does not actually have any type of account for her actual micro bakery. I have no idea how she is garnering any type of customers, much less enough for a full-time income, if she has literally zero social media presence for her micro bakery.
And that's the part that raised even more eyebrows. How are you pulling a full-time income from a business that doesn't appear to publicly exist? It's not just suspicious, it's almost impossible. No social proof, no client reviews, no online trail. Yet somehow there's a course being sold to teach others how to do the same. And that's why Sid's videos hit a nerve. People aren't just mad about the course or the sales, they're mad about the timeline, the lack of transparency, and the feeling that they're being sold a dream that's never actually existed. Jess hasn't directly responded to Sid's videos yet, but the damage is already being done. Comments under her posts are filled with questions about whether she's legit. And this might just be the beginning. As more creators are called out for selling expertise they haven't earned, audiences are getting more skeptical. Let's take a look at some of them.
As a home bakery coach, micro bakery girl is a fraud. Even though I see she's selling out in 10 minutes and that sounds really impressive, what home bakers don't realize is that the first time she created her micro bakery, it wasn't real. It wasn't licensed. It was a free bread stand in exchange for content. And when people called her out on that, she did admit it. She lied about so many things like making a full-time income, having a licensed home bakery, selling out on her first day while she never sold anything. All of that information, along with her beautiful content, is what made her account Micro Bakery Girl go viral. And then she could very conveniently launch her new, legit this time, micro bakery to over 180,000 followers on Instagram. 99.9% of home bakers don't have this kind of advantage. From the evidence I've seen, her business was built on lies, misrepresentation of the truth, misleading information and wording and marketing. And this is affecting real home bakers with real families, and that's why I have to say something about it.
At the end of the day, it's not just about sourdough, it's about accountability, honesty, and whether you've actually done the work before you start teaching others how to do it. And for Jess, unless she clears up these inconsistencies fast, her micro bakery empire might crumble before it even has a real foundation. But somehow the story continues. Now, we're not able to get the full video of what Sid said because it was deleted, but from the little we got, I was able to join them together to make meaning out of it. So earlier on, we showed you a video where Sid said that in the state where Jess claims to be running her business, no trace of it exists on social media. Now look, it's possible to run a successful business without social media presence, but when your entire marketing relies on it, this raises some serious red flags. So we did some digging and found out that Jess's business is only found on a platform called Hotplate, where people sell baked goods. But here's the thing, it only has one recorded sale. Sid highlights this in her video, saying that despite claiming to have a thriving business, there's barely any activity on Hotplate. Just one bread drop, a couple of test runs, and that's it. This is where things start to get odd. But when you go further to Sid videos, she then brings up the issue of changing stories. Jess was initially claiming that she ran her business from a beautiful home, but now according to her, she's moved in with her in-laws. That means that the lovely house we saw in Jess's videos isn't hers, but it's her in-laws. While it's not uncommon to live with family, the way Jess portrayed it seemed misleading. In her original video, Jess presented the home as her own, which helped promote the image of success. But now with the story shifting, people are starting to question the authenticity of her claims.
So this home that she is very much saying is her home is actually her mother and father-in-law's home, which is fine. I've actually had to live with my in-laws before, so there's no shade there. I probably wouldn't have posted pictures and videos claiming it was my home, but...
Then that brings us to the climax of the controversies. There's the whole cottage food law debate. So what is cottage law? Cottage food laws, also known as cottage food operations or home-based food businesses, allow individuals to prepare and sell certain non-potentially hazardous food items from their homes with minimal regulation. And from what I showed earlier, Jess claimed she was operating under these laws, which would mean she was legally running a home bakery.
I told you that there's a way to run your very own bakery from home without needing a storefront or a big investment. Let me introduce you to my micro bakery. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Wait, are home bakeries even legal? And they sure are, all thanks to something called cottage food laws. These laws make it legal for you to sell homemade baked goods like bread, cookies, brownies, and more right from your home kitchen. The laws do vary by state, but the basics overall are pretty simple. Often you'll need to register with your local health department and follow some simple guidelines, like labeling your products correctly and making sure that what you're selling is considered safe, things like baked goods, jams, or other non-perishable foods. A great resource to start finding the laws in your area is forager.com. What's great about a micro bakery is that you can sell your baked goods in a bunch of different ways too, with a cute bread stand outside of your house, at farmers markets, or through pickup and delivery, which is perfect for us apartment dwellers. Starting your own bakery from home is now more achievable than ever. With just your home kitchen and a love for baking, you can turn your passion into a business that brings joy to your life. Plus, who wouldn't want to make a little extra income doing something that you already love?
So like you saw, she claims to have a cottage permit here. Now, according to the website Cottage Food Laws, you must be registered in their health department before having a permit. The article reads, however, the Department of State Health Services, or local health authority, has authority to act to prevent an immediate and serious threat to human life or health through emergency order, recall orders, and delegation of powers or duties. Health departments are required to maintain records of all complaints against a cottage food production operation. So like I said, the health department actually controls everything. But when people reached out to the health department to verify this, they found no records of a business named The Little Loaf or any registration under Jess's name. In fact, this is something that Sid pointed out herself.
Whenever other people reached out to her county's health department, they said that there was no business under the name Little Loaf, nor any business registered under a Jessica Stewart that existed in their county and was registered under the health department. When this problem was brought to her attention, she said she actually wasn't operating under cottage food law, despite the fact that that is what all of her posts.
So like you just heard, when Jess was confronted about this, Jess said she wasn't actually operating under cottage food laws, but rather under something called the Cupcake Bill. Here's where it gets interesting. When you go to the website, you'll find out something specific there. It reads, in response to the shutdown of an unlicensed 12-year-old's $200 per month sales of home-baked goods to help out local fundraisers, Illinois Governor Pat Quinn on June 10, 2014, signed the Cupcake Bill, which unanimously passed both houses of state government and allows home bakers to operate without registration by local governments or health departments. The Cupcake Bill permits $1,000 per monthly sales of home-baked goods provided 1. Sellers A. have no complaints made against them to health departments, and B. inform purchasers that the food was made in a home kitchen, and 2. there is a local government ordinance authorizing the direct sale of home-baked goods. So the Cupcake Bill would limit her earnings to $1,000 a month. However, Jess claims to be making a full-time income from her business, which contradicts the earnings cap of the cupcake bill. So either Jess is making more than she admits, or she's operating under rules that don't line up with her claimed income. This discrepancy raises more questions than answers. Jess's story took an interesting turn when her husband, Landon Stewart, entered the picture. When Jess's sourdough bakery was marketed as a passion project born out of financial struggles, Landon's company, Clients and Community, tells a very different story. Landon, who co-founded the company, claims it has made over $10 million in just 2 years, despite Jess's earlier claims of tight finances. According to their public profiles, Landon's business is thriving, with active social media accounts and large-scale engagement, raising some serious eyebrows.
I love business. I saw the other day someone wrote on their Facebook that was basically like, the goal of business is to get freedom so that you don't have to work anymore. And for me, I just couldn't disagree with that more, dude. I feel like the goal of business is the business. For me, that is the point of business, is to be involved in business. If I had if I sold a business for $100 million and I had all the money to where I had all the time in the world, I would 100% start another business. Because that is the point of the business is the business.
It's even more curious considering the fact that Jess's husband has openly discussed his business model, reselling other people's courses. And this is not something that he hides. In fact, in one post, someone asked him how he makes profit. His reply was this: "I recently bought a course for $497. Inside, it teaches digital marketing from A to Z, and it came with master resale rights. So I can now resell the course myself for $497 or more, and I get to keep 100% of the money I make. I don't have to record a single training video. The training classes run the community or anything else. All I have to do is publish 7-second reels on Instagram promoting the course, and anyone who buys through me pays me directly, and I keep 100% of the profit." Now, I know you may be wondering what's wrong there. This is just a pure business optic, but let's break it down. He proudly admits that he buys courses, adds his name, and sells them for 100% profit, all while putting minimal effort into creating content. Normally, when people do this, they normally give the real owners some cut, but he doesn't. So this takes us back to Jessie. You see, with Jess entering the scene with her own course, despite the apparent inconsistencies in her narrative about financial struggles, it raises suspicions that her bakery might just be another part of a reseller scheme. Could this be another case of selling a product that doesn't fully exist, marketed through catchy reels and viral content? The situation only deepens when we take a closer look at Jess's Instagram content. Sid pointed out that many of her videos, which showcase the same bread being shaped, cookies being scooped, and loaves being placed on the shelf, are all filmed with strikingly similar backdrops and even identical leaves in the background.
Most of these reels have the same clips kind of chopped up and cropped together in different ways. It's the same bread being shaped, it's the same cookie dough being scooped, it's the same loaves being placed on a shelf, but she's in a bunch of different outfits whenever she's putting them on the porch. The problem here is that her hair is the exact same, her makeup is the exact same, the blemishes on her face are the exact same, and the leaves are in the exact same place.
So it's clear that the content was filmed in rapid succession with minimal effort to make it seem genuine. Her outfit changes and background shifts, but the rest of the details remain the same. This, of course, raises the question, is this bakery real, or is it just another course resale scheme? It's hard to ignore the mounting evidence that suggests something shady is going on behind the scenes, especially with the strong similarities between Jess's marketing and Landon's resale business practices. But as with all these things, it's possible that it's just a series of coincidental details. Jess could genuinely be running a bakery and attempting to help others. However, given the overwhelming signs pointing in another direction, it's difficult to see it that way. But when we see the comments in her husband's Instagram account, it just shows us that people are fed up. Some of these comments include, "But I thought your wife was hurting for money. Now you teach your wife how to scam. Super cool, bro. Like if you're here for some micro drama. Some say the more you know, the better. But things only get messier from here. Let's talk about the second video Sid posted where things start to spiral." She says she was contacted by multiple neighbors who know Jess and her family. According to them, the infamous bread stand wasn't really a legit business. It was a staged photo shoot. Yep, aesthetic bread for the gram.
Have confirmed that she was doing a free bread stand as a photo shoot. The neighbors that got this free bread got it knowing that it was free bread for a photo shoot. So if you're receiving a loaf of bread in exchange for being in a photo shoot, does that not make you a paid actor? And maybe she is selling some bread too. I've only heard from the people that were made aware of the photo shoot and who received the bread.
So as you heard, now these neighbors say they got the bread for free and were told ahead of time that it was part of a shoot. So think about this. If someone gives you a loaf of bread in exchange for being in a photo, that kind of makes you a paid actor, doesn't it? And while Jess might be selling bread on the side, everyone Sid talked to says they got it for free and they were aware of the purpose. Then Sid drops a whole new piece of the puzzle. Jess has another Instagram account. On it, she's promoting the exact same kind of $497 Instagram course that her husband has been talking about. Same strategy, same sales pitch. Create cute reels, make a sale, and boom, money in your bank. In this account, she made a post urging someone named It's Rachel K to participate in this moment. The post read, "When you buy the course yourself, you can use the lessons inside of it to create a simple Instagram account of your own. Publish cute, easy reels each day. And as soon as you get your first sale, you get a direct deposit of $497 into your bank account." So you can see this is just like her husband's style, except this time it's Jess herself pushing the scheme. One post even says, "No boss, no pyramid schemes, and perfect for beginners." Which, let's be real, when you have to clarify you're not a pyramid scheme, that's not a great look. That alone sets off red flags. If it looks like a pyramid scheme, and it sounds like a pyramid scheme. So, what Jess and her husband actually teach you is how to sell a course. On how to sell a course on how to sell a course. It's just a never-ending resale loop. And when you throw stolen content into that mix, it gets even more shady. The sourdough community has been a safe space for genuine creators. But now that course culture is creeping in, people like Jess are bringing in deceptive tactics. And when that happens, it stops being about bread. It becomes about manipulation and money. Jess isn't just selling bread, she's selling an illusion with other people's work, fake giveaways, and shady sales tactics. And when called out, she goes silent, or pivots, or tries to spin the narrative. It's not mean to want transparency, it's just common sense. And with that, we're wrapping up this video. Truth be told, there's not a whole lot more to say about Micro Bakery Girl outside of that one online course and Sid's findings that put her on everyone's radar. She didn't have some long history of wild takes or endless controversies. It was just what we discussed here, but I believe it was more than enough to tell us everything we needed to know. Because even in that small glimpse, the mindset, the ignorance, and the complete lack of self-awareness were on full display. At the end of the day, Jess clearly isn't built for the kind of attention the internet brings. She might have the passion for pushing her bakery with a clear mind, but the lies and deception around it really tell something else. And for the fact that she won't say anything about it, it just gives us an indication that this may not be a scandal, but a full-blown truth. And if you're going to put yourself out there with dubious activities hoping to leech off others, you better be ready for bold reactions, because that's just how the internet works.